Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Dude, there's one guy saying first, ruining the entire scatter screen, and someone has even misspelled the emote. You guys are washed. You guys are washed. You guys will never get it. I am sure you guys will never get it. Nice try though. Nice try. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Today's gonna be hopefully insightful for not only you guys but also for me. Because YCS Lille is getting closer and closer. Someone was asking in chat when it was. It's not this weekend, it's the week after. So at this point, we have about 1.5 weeks until YCS Lille is happening. So yeah. Duelist Cup. We're doing Duelist Cup tomorrow. The plan for this week is we're doing some YCS prep today simply because I have announced that we're doing that and I need to do it. Like I want to do it myself. So we're doing that today, and the Duelist Cup is planned for tomorrow. Hopefully we can get through to stage 2 in one day. If not, we're gonna finish it at some point next week. Although I don't know how many days I'll be live next week. I'll definitely be live on Monday and probably Tuesday. So yeah. Are you going for yet another 72-hour DC stream? I am not, because there's a YCS on the same weekend, which is very unfortunate. I wish there wasn't. I wish I could do the Duelist Cup grind, but there's a YCS on the same weekend, and I decided to go to the YCS. Simply because, I mean, there's going to be more Duelist Cups after, so I'll do one of those, or maybe multiple of them, but not this one, because I won't have the time, unfortunately. Gotta grind out that Raiko mate. That one looks nice, yeah. Anyways, let us do a warm-up because we forgot to do the warm-up yesterday. Can you guys believe that? We started stream yesterday and we just forgot to do it. I can't believe that happened. We never forget. We never forget, but yesterday we forgot and no one reminded me. Which is like super weird. Because you would think that with as many people as we have here in the beginning of the stream, someone would remind me, hey Josh, do the warm-up, you haven't done it yet. But somehow we all collectively forgot. So that's weird. Anyways. You look like a Fire Fist card. I'm not sure which one though. That's Bear. Yeah. Silent Boots. Card Trader? No. No. What is this? I don't know what the name is. Overpowering Eye. All right. What's going on here? Oh, it's a Chronomaly. Godius? Chronomaly. Gordian Knot. Okay. Don't know what that means. It's not Slash Draw, is it? Card of the Soul? Yeah. Oh, it's an old vanilla. Something Nikogal? 2. Yeah, 2. Space Time Police? Oh, I don't know what this... I'm not sure. It's not Black Garden. Is this Fallen Angel of Roses this time? Oh, it is. Nice. Okay. I'm not sure. Is it Transverser? It is Transverser. Yeah. What's going on here? Weird things are happening. Something parallel. Selection? Selection. This is a trap. Is it a trap hole? Narrow pass? What is narrow pass? Well, it's that card. D time. Pinpoint something? Pinpoint. No? Go, go, go. What is Aristera and Dextia? Dexia. Okay, dude, I was way off. I was way off. Scrap or Ancient Gear? Scrap Archfiend? Oh, the level 7 synchro. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen you. You're a Fabled. Fabled, this one. I'm not gonna read it, because you guys are gonna make fun of me. War Rock. I think, right? But which one? Skylar? Not Skylar. War Rock skip. Okay. Spirit. Oh, it was a spell trap, probably. Oh, I know you. Dummy Golem, I think. Yeah. Oh, it's a Phantasm Spiral. Power? Power. I thought it was Madolce because of the stuff back there, but it's not. I don't know what this is. DD. That's a DD card? Oh, come on. White Rabbit. Inaba. Oh, it's collude on a card. Raptor Wing Strike. Okay. Oh, it's Gale, right? My bad. Secret pass to the treasures. Not collude. Is that Ties? No. Not Ties of the Brethren. B Trooper Squad? It's either Starboy or me Starboy. I think it's Starboy. Damn it. God damn it. No. Always 50-50. Oh, dude, I did not know that. I did not need that zoom. I knew that smile even without seeing the smile. I didn't need it. I zoomed out of habit. I've seen that card way too often. Is this the... No, I don't think it's what I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was the Infinity Gate, but it's... Bylon Filament? No. Element. Alright, my bad. Who are you? I don't know. Do Tengu? Okay. Prophecy. Justice of Prophecy? It's the one you banish in end phase, I think, to search 2 or something. Chemi Critter? Ogre or Oxy-Ox? Eox Ogre. Alright. Stevie, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. You stream late. I don't know what this is. Okay. A cubic. Can I get cards that I've seen before? That'd be cool. What the hell is this? Dream Mirror Fantasy. Something Sonic, I think. Is it Black Sonic? No. It's probably not Sonic. Shock Surprise. Me when I don't get 1,000 points in Card Guesser. Shock Surprise. Is that Crystal Heart? Nope. Is it Lapis Dragon? Yeah. We aren't shocked anymore, don't worry. Look, you didn't have to say that. You were not forced to say that. You could have just chosen to not say anything. Oh, not the speedroids. Yeah. Ga. Tag? Tag. Come on, we can get 700 at least. Who are you? The little spy. What is it called? It's not Shien's spy. Dude, how is there so many spies? Dude, screw Spiral. Inexperienced spy, that's the one. Please just be Rescue Cat. Don't be a card that has Rescue Cat on it. Thank you. Megalith. Ok. All right. Next goal, 800. I've seen this before. This is Paranoid? Paranoid. Oh, this feels familiar. Oh yeah, UFO turtle. Reverse reuse. Is this Melias? I'm not sure. I don't think so. No. Oh, is that the Tenny? The green Tenny? What is the green Tenny? It's not Mapura. Nahata? Yeah. Nice. Oh, wall of revealing light. Why did I zoom? Damn it. All right, we need one more. This is the psychic synchro. Something blaster. Mega hyper psychic blaster. Yes. 800. Easy clap. Well done. Defeated the washed allegations. Not washed today. No idea. Oh, this is the Gaga Gigo. Doesn't matter. Look, guys, 800 points. Considering this is the first time I've played this game since the World Championship, which is weeks ago at this point, right? Like, I haven't played this game in so long. Not bad. Not bad for the first round back. Very cool. Very nice. Old Josh would get 1K. See, you're trying to make fun of me, but I know old Josh, and I know he also wouldn't get 1K. So that does not hit me at all. 1K for 100 subs. See, I would love to take the trade, but I just can't. I cannot do that. All right. Today's card of the day is a low-level old card. It is an effect monster. You know what? Let's try Raikou. Does the stats fit? Yeah, it could be Raikou. Okay, it's not a flip. It's a level 3. It's not an earth. It's not a light. Could be an earth. It's even older than 2008. An earth level 3 older than 2008. Earth level 3 card trooper? Come on. Level 3 earth machine. From older than 2007. I think this card is too new. Yeah, scrap recycler doesn't fit. How did you know it was an earth? I didn't know it was an earth, but earth is the most common attribute after dark. So that's why I went with earth next. An old ancient gear card, probably. I mean, ancient gear is from 2006, I think. But I don't remember any of them being level 3. No, I don't think they had a level 3. Cypher Soldier? Ooh. No, that's too much defense points. Less than 1500 defense. Gunslinger Go, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Beatdown Master, thank you for the 24. 2 years of support. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And Maddie Naps, thank you for the 24 as well. Also 2 years. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Karakuri were not out in 2006. It could be, there's this little, it's not a machine. Oh, an Earth machine from 2006. Rottweiler? Hold up. Ooh, nice. Nice. I remember this card. Yeah. Yeah, well done. That was a very good guess. Very good. Very nice. Very nice. The Rottweiler. Okay. I remember him. That is a Jaden card, I think. Yeah. Because it's part of the hero deck. All right. That is 05. Yeah, I think that's Cybernetic Revolution, if I had to guess. I'm pretty sure that's a Cybernetic Revolution card, which is the end of 2005. All right. All right. So, today, chat, today we're doing a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a classroom stream. You could call it a classroom stream, but I am also part of the class a little bit because YCS Lille is approaching and we got to get into the format. Just so you know what's like on the agenda for the rest of the week. We're going to do TCG today where we keep learning about the current format. We keep learning about the best deck in the format as well and how to beat it. That is the main thing I want to do today is understand Yubel better for how it is in the TCG, because I am coming from a Master Duel perspective where the deck obviously functions different. The cards are mostly the same, but there's like obviously because of Fiendsmith and Varudras being added into the mix, there's different interactions that you need to be aware of, or that I need to make myself aware of. So we're going to take a look into some of the combos. I've already started to make myself familiar with some of them before the stream, but I didn't quite get through all of it. So some of it we're going to have to work on. But then the more important thing is like, I want to talk about like non-engine in the format. Like, do I think hand traps are good? Do I think board breakers are good? Which kind of hand traps are solid? Which kind of board breakers are solid? And also for that, we got to take a look at some of the decks in the format. So those are the kind of things that I have planned for today. And it's meant to be more like a discussion style stream, less than just me presenting the stuff, because like I said, it is stuff that I need to look into myself as well. So I have, for example, I have the Yubel cards prepared here, so we can walk through some of the lines and some of the stuff that you can expect from this deck, and maybe talk through some of the options that this deck has, what you can expect a Yubel deck to look like, and all this kind of stuff. Because I firmly believe that Yubel is the deck to beat in the current TCG format. But obviously, when discussing hand traps and board breakers, you can't only take into account the best deck in the format, you also have to take into account the other decks in the format. So we're going to discuss different non-engine options for the format and talk about, like, are they good or not? Are they main deckable? Are they side deckable? That kind of stuff, right? And then I am aware that the Duelist Cup is going on in Master Duel as well right now, but I do really want to get this through for the TCG, because YCS Lille is also around the corner. But we will also play in the Duelist Cup this week. It's going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we do a Duelist Cup grind. And depending on whether we can hit the second stage or not, we're going to be doing that at some point next week. The only thing, I said it earlier, I will not be able to do the second stage, the 72-hour grind this time around, even though I am not qualified for Worlds yet. I can't do it because it is the same weekend as YCS Lille, and I have decided to go to YCS Lille because I wanted to. So yeah. We're gonna do another Duelist Cup at some point in the future. but just not for this one, unfortunately. But yeah, and then normally that would be it for the week, right? Normally we'd have a stream today and a stream tomorrow, and that'd be it. But we do have a bonus stream on Friday because I have invited Pack onto the stream. I told him I want to have a remote duel stream where we try some new format stuff, and Pack said, "Yeah, we can do that, but I can only do it on Friday." So I was like, "Okay, sure. I'll just move the Monday stream to Friday." That's why there was no stream on Monday, and instead we're gonna be live on Friday. So on Friday, we're gonna basically, today is gonna be theory, right? We're gonna walk through some of the combos for Yubel and maybe talk about some non-engine and so on and so forth. And on Friday is when we're gonna try to put that into practice and like test a couple of different things against Pack. It's meant to be more of a relaxed playtesting stream rather than just like we're playing serious matches, right? It's more so like I want to talk through the options that we have in individual spots with Pack. Maybe talk about like how we can outplay or how we could have played a turn better right when it happens. So I think the Friday stream is gonna be is gonna be cool. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, so that's the plan for the week. We didn't quite finish our deep dive into the format yesterday with the spreadsheet because we had to do the podcast at some point. But we were almost done, I want to say. But these are the things we're going to take into account later for when we discuss non-engine into the format. But obviously, just as a brief overview, you can exclamation mark spreadsheet in chat. You can also get access to the deck list and stuff like that, to this spreadsheet that collects data from regionals. This was the one we were looking at yesterday. And just as a refresh, Yubel is the most successful deck at the moment by a large margin. So that is the deck we're gonna take a look at later. We've already looked at the quote unquote standard. I'd say this is a standard list, and so for this list, we're gonna look at some of the interactions today, some of the combos, some of the things that you need to know when. And that I need to know when we're going into YCS Lille or like the format in general. But then also the deck is obviously not the only deck you need to be prepared for, because I feel like it is also very much important to be prepared for Tenpai and Ritual Beast, which are the second and third most successful deck at the moment in this current week, which are both shifter decks. That is something to be on the lookout for, I think, and be aware of maybe when choosing your deck, it's hard because most decks are weak to shifter. But there we've also got Fire King, Memento, White Forest variations, and other things. So I just wanted to bring this up again because it is important to be aware of all these decks when preparing for the format, I think. Like, at the very minimum, I think you want to have a very solid understanding of Yubel, Tenpai, Ritual Beast, Fire King / Snake Eye, Memento, and different runic variations. Let it be stun or runic combo variations. Those are the things that I think you want to be prepared for when going into a regional or a YCS in this format right now. And obviously Yubel is, while not being the only one, it is the most important one because it's probably going to be the one you play against the most in your Swiss rounds, and it's also the one that you are most likely to face once or multiple times going through Top Cut, right? So it is very realistic that you go through a tournament only playing against, I don't know, White Forest Runic once, or maybe even 0 times, or only 1 or 2 Ritual Beasts, but it's very unrealistic that you go through a tournament without facing 3, 4, 5 Yubel, depending on the size of the tournament, right? So Yubel is the most important deck, and so we're gonna have to take a look at it today. I have, this is not a deck list right here. If you want a reference point for a deck list, I think this one right here that I just showed is a very solid example deck list. This one, it was piloted by Eddie Strom in a regional to a, I think, top 4 finish, second place even. And this is like very, it's very cookie cutter. That doesn't mean it's bad. It's standard at this point for a good reason, right? And we're gonna talk about some of these ratios and combos today and why people are playing it this way, right? Like, for example, now that one reason why, and we're going to look at that combo in a moment, because I also do need to remind myself, I know it works, but I need to see how. But the reason why people are going to play a second tracked more often now, and you can realistically expect some of your Yubel opponents to be on 2 tracked, is the fact that because now people play Aerial Eater and Necrocrypt Princess anyways, that actually makes tracked a 1-card combo, which it wasn't before if the Yubel player was not playing those cards, right? But now it is. So now that you play those 2 cards anyways, you might as well play the second track because it's actually a good starter, right? But in order to begin our analysis of the Yubel deck, I guess let's talk through. Let's actually start from a relatively basic perspective and just look at like what the deck does and what its starter cards are. Born HG, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate the full year support. All right. So the Yubel deck obviously at a very basic level tries to end on the types of disruptions that it has and that it constantly ends on are basically, I think these 5 are the most common ones that you expect, and then one Unchained Trap is usually part of the deal. We'll talk about the pros and cons of both of these today. But this is the sort of stuff that your Yubel deck tries to end on. You've got obviously Phantom of Yubel, which is going to be part of almost every single end board, and Unchained Soul of Rage. These 2, because they are basically always accessible if you have access to Fiend/Yubel cards, are always going to be part of their end boards in some way, shape, or form, right? Like Phantom of Yubel, Unchained Soul of Rage paired with one of the 2 traps. If they play the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained, which is the one that revives an Unchained monster, the Unchained Soul of Rage does not necessarily have to be on the board right away. We can talk about the pros and cons of this in a second. I'll say it right now, I'm very familiar, or I am mostly familiar with all of the combos that leave the Unchained Soul of Rage on the board with Escape, but I'm seeing more people on the Chamber, so that's something I want to look into today, is what kind of combos and how these end boards look like if people go for the Chamber and don't necessarily keep the Soul of Rage on the board, right? Which is one way this deck can play around cards like Dark Ruler No More, right? There's basically 2 ways, but we'll talk about those in a second. But yeah, so that's the thing that you will always expect. And then depending on what kind of line they go for, what kind of hand traps they decide to play around, and in general, what kind of starters they opened, and how many starters they opened / extenders, they will also end on Desiree, which everyone's familiar by now, right? What Desiree does, negates cards based on the link rating of its equip spell. And then Varudras, which is a rank 10, basically Omni-Negate, and Wave King High Caesar, which you can obviously end on by using the Fiendsmith cards to fuse into the level 6s and summoning out Engraver, or even you can even make it with Sharvara in some lines, but Wave High King Caesar is also another disruption that they end on. So this is basically what the Yubel deck boils down to, is just like make these cards as efficient as possible with your combos, which most 1-card combos end on a fair chunk of these, and most 2-card combos can end on almost all of it, if played properly, I think. So yeah. And it does so by using the following engines, right? Just as a baseline perspective. I'm doing this just in case there is anyone here who wants to learn the Yubel deck from scratch, right? So like that's why I'm going through this. It's just going to take a couple of minutes just to explain how the deck functions, right? Which I think is a good thing, just so we're all on the same page. But obviously you've got the Dark Beckoning Beast engine, which is now consisting of any number of Dark Beckoning Beasts. Most of the list I'm seeing running 3, but I've heard people say they are considering cutting it down to less copies because it is vulnerable to something like an Impermanence and an Opening of the Spirit Gates. Chaos Summoning Beast is a card that I would not expect people to play in this format. I'll tell you why in a second, but the basic idea is Dark Beckoning Beast searches a copy of Opening of the Spirit Gates. Opening of the Spirit Gates searches another copy of Dark Beckoning Beast, and Dark Beckoning Beast allows you to get a secondary normal summon, right? For a Fiend monster with 0 attack, 0 defense. So your extra normals in this case is, if you don't have anything else, this is just going to be the other Dark Beckoning Beast, but it could also be a Samsara D Lotus if you have both of those cards in your hand, right? Which we'll talk about in a moment. The reason why people used to play Chaos Summoning Beast or are playing Chaos Summoning Beast in Master Duel at the moment, for example, is the fact that both Beckoning Beast and Opening can be starters depending on which one you open. For example, if you start with Beckoning Beast, it goes the following way. Dark Beckoning Beast searches Opening, searches Dark Beckoning Beast, extra normal summon Dark Beckoning Beast, right? From this to this to this gets you 2 monsters on the board, right? The reason why people play Chaos Summoning Beast is because the other way around, this does not work. You can't go Opening into Beckoning Beast into a second Beckoning Beast because Beckoning Beast says search one that isn't Dark Beckoning Beast. So what people would do is they would play Chaos Summoning Beast so that you can go Opening into Dark Beckoning Beast into Chaos Summoning Beast, and that way you also have 2 bodies on the board, which means that basically these 2 in this case are interchangeable, right? It doesn't matter which one you start with. The thing in the TCG is, because this card is limited, you have way more copies of Dark Beckoning Beast than you have of Opening of the Spirit Gates, so it is way more likely that you start this way than you start this way, and you only need the Chaos Summoning Beast if you start this way, right? And so this is why I think statistically it makes more sense to not play the Summoning Beast, because obviously it is kind of a brick if you draw this card by just by itself. It is a 0/0 fiend that you can discard for, like, if you have access to this engine anyways, you can just discard it, or you can shuffle it into your deck from your hand to make a Phantom of Yubel. But like, it's still not a good card, right? Like, it's not something you would want to draw. So whether you think it's worth it to make the Opening of the Spirit Gates a little bit better, right? Because if you don't play this card, if you do draw the Opening, it is a worse card, right? It is a worse card if you don't play this card, because if you draw this card, you're going to activate it, search a Dark Beckoning Beast. If you normal summon the Dark Beckoning Beast, it now does not have a target in the deck, so you're not going to be able to search it. So this card still creates these 2 cards, and if you play, for example, Salamangreat Almirage, which some people do, not everyone does, you can still link it off, use Opening to bring it back, and then make Moon of the Closed Heaven that way. So Almirage does make this card alone better. So there's ways around it. I do think the standard is going to be 3 Beckoning Beast, 1 Opening of the Spirit Gates, and probably no Chaos Summoning Beast. But I wanted to mention it because it is technically an option that you can play if you want to make your Opening of the Spirit Gates better, right? So that's the Dark Beckoning Beast engine, and these guys are being played in this deck basically because Yubel has great synergy with them, because they reference 0/0 attack fiends. They help you throw bodies onto the board. You get extra normal summons, you get revive effect from the Opening, and so on and so forth. So these just provide a bunch of extra bodies. But the core engine of the deck is obviously the Yubel cards, which consists of, you play Samsara the Lotus. The standard, I think, is 2 Spirit of Yubel and 2 Gruesome Grave Spermer. Both of these cards can be played at 1, 2, 3 respectively. Like, it's fine to play 1 Spirit. Most people play 2. Theoretically, you could even play 3. I haven't seen people do that in the TCG at the moment. And the same is true for Gruesome Grave Squirmer. I feel like the majority of the player base currently agrees on playing 2 Grave Squirmers, but I've seen people on 3 to play through hand traps better. I've seen people on 1 because it's technically not a starter on its own, so you can make an argument either way, but 2 and 2 is what I would expect, and you will always see 1 Yubel and 1 Yubel Terror Incarnate. You will 99.9% never see the 3rd form of Yubel. Pretty much. And then that's going to be obviously accompanied by Nightmare Throne. Usually 1 copy of Nightmare Pain in the TCG at the moment. Obviously, for grindier games, it's better to have a 2nd copy, but it also is not a starter on its own. It is a solid starter if you can pair it with like a Spirit of Yubel, but alone it doesn't do that much. And you would rather search it for free in your combo, right? But 1 is the standard. Not everyone is playing 1. Some people are playing 2 for the grind game, and because they don't want to like lose it to a random, I don't know, like a Runic Banish or a Cosmic Cyclone after side decking or something like that, right? Like, there's arguments to play 2 copies. I think the standard right now is 1, but yeah. And then obviously the Sharvara, which accompanies the Unchained package, which is just because of Yama. Yama is the thing that makes every Fiend deck able to bridge into these Unchained cards really, really easily. So that's why you're always going to see a Sharvara in this deck. Yeah. 1-for-1 and Terraforming are 2 things worth mentioning. Terraforming, obviously, just being an extra copy of Nightmare Throne, is going to be in every single Yubel deck. 1-for-1, being an extra starter and access to your Samsara D Lotus or Grave Squirmer, if you want to, is also a really good and popular card. So those are also 2 starters that they do run / extenders, right? So this is basically the main Yubel engine, and we're going to look into how the combos work in a moment. But obviously, the Fiendsmith engine is at its best in this deck now, because with the banning of Fiendsmith's Lacrima, these cards are still good cards, but they are especially strong in Fiend decks, because Lacrima and Beatrice were banned, and that means that it is a lot harder to use these kind of cards to access your engine in other decks, right? Like in Snake Eye, for example, a Fiendsmith Engraver can no longer access your Snake Eye Ash, which you could argue that that's how it should be. Yeah, and I'd agree with that. But because they made Necroquip Princess and Aerial Eater, these cards still very much function in a way that you can use them to access your Yubel engine, because the Yubel engine is entirely Fiend, right? And because it is entirely Fiend, sending one of these from the deck to the graveyard via Aerial Eater gives you access to it in a couple of different ways. For example, if you start with Dark Beckoning Beast, you have Opening of the Spirit Gates, which is a card that lets you revive a 0/0 Fiend from the graveyard. So in most of the openings, like Dark Beckoning Beast, if you've been playing Master Duel, you might not be familiar with Dark Beckoning Beast actually being able to access your Yubel engine. In the TCG, it does. Because what you can do is the Dark Beckoning Beast creates 2 bodies for you. That makes the Fiendsmith engine live. And with the Fiendsmith engine, you go into Aerial Eater. Aerial Eater sends Samsara D Lotus from the deck to the graveyard, which is a 1-card starter and a 0/0 Fiend. So the Opening of the Spirit Gates that you have searched earlier can now revive it, and you can combo from there, right? So this is how and why Dark Beckoning Beast is a 1-card combo, and we can look at how that 1-card combo plays in a moment. It also makes the Fiendsmith itself, if you draw the Fiendsmith cards instead of the Beckoning Beast, the Fiendsmith cards themselves are also starters, because you can send Yubel cards from the deck to the graveyard. This time, you're not going to be reviving them with Opening, because you don't have that if you start with the Fiendsmith cards. But you can revive it with something like Muckraker, which is a card that is not 100% standard, but some lists are using it. So basically, if you start with the Fiendsmith package, you make an Aerial Eater, send your Samsara D Lotus, and then you can make a Muckraker and revive it, for example, right? That is worse, because you're going to be locked into Fiends. So you cannot end on everything that you want to end on. For example, if you're locked into Fiends early, you will not be able to make a Varudras happen, right? But you can still end on most of the other things that you would want to end on, right? The Unchained stuff is entirely Fiend. Caesar is entirely Fiend. So I'm sure the openings that go through Muckraker still have, they still pack a lot of punch to it, right? So, yeah. Anyways, so that's the gist of the engines in the deck, right? You've got the Fiendsmith package, creating more bodies, being additional starters and extenders. You've got the Beckoning Beast being very good starters as well. And you've all obviously got the Yubel package, which has a lot of starters in itself. So the starters in this deck, to extent of like different qualities that we can look at today, or that I also want to look at to know the differences between them. You can start with Dark Beckoning Beast. You can start with Opening, but only if you play Summoning Beast or Almirage, right? Like, for example, and this is where I need some of the experts in the chat, and I mean experts, please. Like, only answer these questions if you know the answer. If you don't play Almirage or Chaos Summoning Beast, like this list on the screen right now. Opening alone should not do anything, unless I am missing something extremely obvious. But I feel like your combo just ends if you go if you go opening, search Beckoning Beast. You can't do anything with that, right? So in this list on the screen right now, opening of the Spirit Gates is not a 1-card combo, correct? All right. I'm not missing anything there, but so Beckoning Beast is always a 1-card combo. Opening is not always a 1-card combo. It depends on your build. You need, at the very minimum, you need Almirage or you need Chaos Summoning Beast in your deck. Otherwise, opening is not a 1-card combo, right? So why don't we walk through that 1-card combo real quick and see how it works? Roughly, this does not have to be 100% optimal, but if there is optimizations that I'm missing, feel free to say it, because like I said, I have not practiced the Yubel deck to 100% extent, and some of it might also depend on extra deck options that you can run or might not run. So to my understanding, it's Dark Beckoning Beast, searches Opening, searches Beckoning Beast, normal summon Beckoning Beast, and turn that into the Fiendsmith engine, which at this point, I'm probably going to speed up the process when we go through the Fiendsmith cards, but Moon of the Closed Heaven, into Requiem Effect, into Summon, Engraver from the deck. And this is where it is so important that now, with Lacrima being banned, everyone is using these 2 cards, because at this point, you can always go Requiem Equip, send the Engraver to make the Necroquip Princess, then summon the Engraver back. Now, I'll say this once in the beginning, but to my understanding, it almost does not matter if you shuffle back Moon or Requiem here to summon back the Engraver. It is pretty much always irrelevant. So we're just going to shuffle back the Requiem here, but like I don't think it matters. And so you get those 2 bodies here, and you turn those 2 bodies into sequence, which then allows you to fusion summon the Aerial Eater, which Aerial Eater's requirements are 2 fiend monsters with the same attributes, so you gotta use the Engraver and the Moon. You cannot use the Necroquip Princess. This is why I say it doesn't matter whether you shuffle back the Requiem or the Moon earlier, because in this step, you're gonna shuffle back the other one. So they're both gonna end up back in your extra deck. I guess if you expect to be interrupted later, there might be an argument to shuffle the more important one back first, which I guess is Requiem. I think Requiem is the more important one, because what's the point of having Closed Heaven if the Requiem is not in your extra deck? I think. Right? Because what's the point? Why would you ever go into Closed Heaven if you can't go into Requiem after? So I think it's very much irrelevant. So you're gonna shuffle back the other 2 with the Engraver together to summon the Aerial Eater. And now Aerial Eater on summon will send a fiend monster from the deck to the graveyard, which you can then send Samsara the Lotus with. And now we have access to our our Yubel engine, because opening of the Spirit Gates can bring this back. Right? The exact order in which you do the things from here on out is not something that I am 100% familiar with. And this is something that you need to do if you want to play Yubel, is you need to know the order in which you do these things in order to play around Nibiru the best, and so on and so forth, right? Because, for example, the most obvious thing is to just use opening to bring back the Samsara the Lotus here. If you do that, though, that is more than 5 summons, and you can just get nibbed at this point, and that does not feel great. So I am wondering whether it's... But then even, what do you turn these 2 in? I guess you could make a Yama here, search your Sharvara. Search your Sharvara. But then you still have to go and bring back the Samsara the Lotus, I suppose. I don't know. Let's move that to let's move that to another discussion, the playing around Nibiru and stuff, because I'm sure you can optimize these combos, but just to understand what this does, right? So at this point, you're going to discard 1 card from your hand to bring back the Samsara the Lotus. You're going to tribute the Samsara the Lotus to go into your Spirit of Yubel. And this is also another thing. Yubel is I honestly think Yubel is a relatively straightforward deck where a lot of patterns repeat in different combos. It's just how you get there, right? Is different. But like you're gonna go Spirit of Yubel, you're gonna search Nightmare Pain, which Nightmare Pain allows you to pop the Spirit of Yubel, to search the Gruesome Grave Skirmer, that triggers the Spirit of Yubel to summon out the OG Yubel. At this point, you could summon a Phantom of Yubel, but I'm gonna be honest with you, if you get this far with just Beckoning Beast, your opponent probably doesn't have Nibiru, because they would have Nibiru'd you when you resummoned the Samsara D-Lotus. So at this point, I wouldn't expect your opponent to have Nibiru anyways, so you don't have to worry about it, I think. But yeah, the idea is you go summon Gruesome Grave Skirmer, you're gonna pop the Yubel, and it floats into Yubel Terror Incarnate. And here it's just a matter of how are we gonna get to all of our how are we gonna get to the maximum amount of disruptions? Whenever you have to do sequence into Aerial Eater to get your combo, you're not gonna end on Desiree, right? Because you're not gonna really be able to fuse again. Because the only other fusion effect you have is Fiendsmith tracked in the graveyard, which we don't even have Fiendsmith tracked in this case. So I assume that most of the time when your opponent sequences for Aerial Eater, there's not going to be a Desiree line for them. But they could still very realistically end on... I mean, they're always going to end on the Unchained stuff. They're always going to end on Phantom. And there's probably ways to end on Caesar/Varudras, maybe both, depending on the combo. But here, we're definitely going to have ways to end on multiple of these cards. You can still do Desiree because Rage add back Fiendsmith, but it's convoluted and usually doesn't happen in one card combos. Yeah, like I said, you can access the Fiends. I mean, the Fiendsmith isn't even in the graveyard right now, though. And there was no way to keep it there, right? If we wanted to fusion summon the Aerial Eater, right? I guess we could have summoned Aerial Eater by shuffling in Beckoning Beasts, because it's just two Fiend monsters with the same attribute. But then it's kind of awkward, because then you're whichever one you leave in the grave, the Moon or the Requiem, like they stay in graveyard, right? And then you're kind of out of the cycle. But you are right, it does work. It does technically work. But that's okay. But that's fine. I don't think making your one card combo so different just to end on Desiree is correct anyways, because for tracked you're gonna have to fuse like 3 monsters off of your board. It's gonna be very convoluted. It'd be very, very convoluted, right? But you could decide, to fuse into the Aerial Eater instead of using... What we did was we used Closed Moon and Engraver. You could also use 2 Dark Fiends instead. So this, right? You could do that. Yeah, that is true. You could keep the Engraver in the graveyard for follow-up alongside the Moon. Maybe that is better. Maybe that is the more ideal one. Because then your graveyard would be set up with... Instead of these 2 cards, it would be an Engraver and the Closed Moon. Which then on a follow-up turn allows you to bring back the Engraver once more by shuffling in the Closed Moon. But yeah. At this point, I assume you would probably make a Phantom of Yubel at some point, sooner or later. And then you would probably just make a Yama. Right? The sequence probably turns into Yama most of the time in this deck, I would assume. So Yama is going to grab... Where did I put Sharvara? The question. I've tried to divide it up into engines. Yeah, he has the Unchained engine. Okay, so this is going to search a Sharvara. And what do I pop for the Sharvara here? I still have the Gruesome Grave Skirmer. I could Gruesome Grave Skirmer. The thing is... The thing that's different to this deck, the thing that you have to pay attention to, or that I have to pay attention to right now, is the fact that you want to keep level 10s around to make the Varudras at the end, right? In order to make Varudras at the end, you need to keep your level 10s around somehow. One way that I'm seeing right now is I could use Grave Squirmer. I could banish Grave Squirmer to revive Spirit, then use Sharvara on the Spirit, which gives me 1 level 10. And then I could use the opening. Oh no, I already used the opening. Never mind. 2-card combos make Varudras. There's no way that there's no way that there is no way to make a Varudras in the 1-card combos. But maybe not in this one specifically. You need the Yama revive there? Oh, okay. So what you're saying is I'm linking off the Yama. I leave this in the graveyard for now. Should I have not shuffled in the Yubel then for this? Probably not, right? So it was Sequence, Squirmer. This was the board. Shuffling Yubel is correct. It returns anyways. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so you make Yama. You grab Sharvara. You use Grave Squirmer to bring back the Spirit, and then I have to get the Yama into the graveyard so that when I go Sharvara, pop Spirit, I can go affect Spirit, affect Yama, and that is 2 level 10s. Right? Because this brings out a level 10 and this brings back the this thing, right? So do I just make Rage here? Okay, so this opener, I can already see what this can end on, but then you don't get the Unchained Trap in this one. But you can go Sharvara now, pop the Spirit, Chainlink 1 Spirit, Chainlink 2 Yama, and then you would get Yubel from the deck and Spirit back from the grave. You're locked into Fiend, so you'd make Caesar. And then you make Varudras, right? Which is pretty freaking strong for 1 Dark Beckoning Beast. You can link off Rage and Sharvara into Muckraker. Okay, so before making Varudras, because I'm still Fiend locked, and before making Caesar, I make... Okay, I get it. Yeah, I see it. Okay, so Muckraker... but then... Okay, Muckraker, this sets the trap card. Before I use Muckraker, I need to make Varudras, because otherwise I'll be locked into Fiend. And then I can use Muckraker to revive the Sharvara? Just to make Caesar? Okay, it's an extra discard, but then I have the trap. So that is Dark Beckoning Beast plus 2 discards, right? Because I discarded for opening and I discarded for Muckraker. Yeah, alright, I see. I have seen, by the way, I wanted to mention this, but I have seen some combos. When I looked up standard Yubel combos this morning, because I wanted to see what like the standard in the community was, I've seen some combos go for 2 Yamas. But then I checked, and most of the lists that topped regionals didn't actually do 2 Yamas. So I figured people have just found better ways of doing those combos at this point. Because otherwise they probably wouldn't be playing 1 Yama, right? So yeah, this is the 1 card that you can do with Dark Beckoning Beast. Sorry if it was a little convoluted. If this does make it into a YouTube video, I hope it's like we're gonna edit it in a way where it's like easy to understand. And I hope the people watching live can follow, because I tried to explain the cards beforehand as best as I could. So like it seems like it seems like this would be the kind of combo that a deck like this would go for with just one Beckoning Beast. If you don't play the second Yama or anything like that, right? But it does work. I found a way to end on Desiree on top of everything, I think. With one Dark Beckoning Beast, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible. If it is, I don't want to lab it through right now, but like just like write it down and send it to me. But I don't think, from what I've heard, and I'll preface it with this because I might be incorrect, but from what I have heard, the Yubel deck only ends on like everything with like 2 or 3 card combos. You can definitely do Desiree over Caesar, but I'm trying to do both right now. Yeah, okay, that might be possible, but I'm gonna be honest with you, that is I think that's worse, unless your opponent has specifically Dark Ruler. Like in other scenarios, I think it's worse, but yeah. So that's Beckoning Beast, right? That's Beckoning Beast. And just for the record, because that is going to be a discussion that we're gonna have later, let us consider. We're going to go through these different one-card starters today, and I know some of it is going to be confusing, and it's going to feel like work, but that's sometimes what it is when you're trying to learn a format or a deck. Let's go through for each of these starters. Let's see how they interact with certain hand traps, right? Because that is going to be important. Also, we should have looked at how it interacts with board breakers, but now I've okay. What was the board? The board was Rage in the Graveyard, Phantom on the board, Caesar on the board, Varudra's here. There was a Unchained Trap here. These two were here. And there was there a Link Monster? Muckraker. This, right? This end board, honestly... Oh yeah, I was in the wrong scene. Okay, now we're back. This was the end board, right? Which is honestly, Dark Ruler is really freaking good against this. Dark Ruler is really freaking good against this because, yeah, after Dark Ruler you have Chamber, bring back Soul of Rage, but Dark Ruler cooks. Like, after your opponent has invested Dark Beckoning Beast plus 2 discards, if you have a Dark Ruler and your opponent only has Rage after, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 4 hand traps? It can't be 4 hand traps. Right? Because it's Beckoning Beast plus 2 discards. It can be 2 hand traps. You're correct. But I will say, I feel like at that point you are being a little too pessimistic, to be honest, because the deck, look at it, like, this deck is running, it's running 12 hand traps plus 2 Bystials, which Bystials are, depending on your deck, they're real hand traps and sometimes they're not. The chance that they open 2 hand traps is like not bad, but it's also not guaranteed. It's not Snake Eye anymore, right? It really is not Snake Eye. I want to emphasize that. The most hand traps I've seen people use in Yubel in like 40 to 43-ish cards is 15. I haven't seen people use more, which is still a lot. It's still a lot, and they're still going to have, on average, 1 or 2 hand traps next to their combos, right? Especially because, and you're making a good point in chat right now, if your opponent only has a 1-card starter and nothing else, there's a good chance, statistically, that the rest of the hand is hand traps because you know it's not extenders, right? You know it's not Fiendsmith. You know it wasn't Lotus. You know it wasn't Nightmare Throne. You know it wasn't Tracked. You know it wasn't 1-for-1. You know it wasn't Terraforming, so on and so forth, right? Like, just by process of elimination, you can eliminate a lot of possible extenders from their range of cards that they can hold, which leaves mostly the hand traps. But I will say, this deck also, on average, will have not a 5-card hand, right? Because chances are they have drawn Yubel, Yubel Terra Incarnate, Sharvara, Lurie, Nightmare Pain, Opening of the Spirit Gates, Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. Those are all things that they could realistically have drawn that turns their 5-card hand into a 4-card hand, meaning that if they go for Beckoning Beast plus 2 discards, unless they can afford to discard one of those cards, they can only have one more hand trap next to it, right? So like in this, I think in that sense, it is way like you're gonna play against less non-engine versus this deck than when you're playing against Snake Eye last format, right? So like when last time Snake Eyes had a 1-card combo, they would have like on average 1 brick in hand. The rest was probably 3 hand traps, or at least 2. This one is more like on average you're gonna play against plus 1 or 2 hand traps. But still, look, if this is the situation, right, and you Dark Ruler this board, and they still have Chamber into Rage and 1 or 2 hand traps, you're not auto winning, but it's playable, right? 5 cards into Soul of Rage plus 1 or 2 hand traps is a playable game of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So Dark Ruler No More will not win you the game in this spot, but it'll let you play Yu-Gi-Oh, which I think is what you want going second against Yubel. I think you can't really ask for, like, this deck makes incredibly powerful boards. So expecting to just auto win against this board with 1 card is not great. It's not something that's gonna happen, right? Like that just won't happen. Because even the most powerful board breakers, quote unquote, will not do more than just enabling you to play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, for example, something as powerful as, I don't know, as Fear Mode will still only be like, okay, I'll tribute the Varudras, the Caesar, and the Phantom, and I'm still gonna have to deal with Abominable Chamber plus hand traps, and I don't have a normal summon, right? It is the weakest combo, though. That's the thing. Yeah, that is the thing. We're gonna get into more powerful ones, but I wanted to, for the purpose of this session, I wanted to talk about individual boards that they will realistically make and what kind of cards work against it, right? So, just to walk through this from the perspective of hand traps, right? Let's just think about how these interact here. You have, and we're walking through different 1-card starters for this, right? Dark Beckoning Beast, normal summon, very simple. We don't have to talk about it. If it is their only starter, these 2 cards will always end their turn. Obviously, right? Effect Veiler and Impermanence. If Dark Beckoning Beast is the only starter, will always be phenomenal. Obviously. Not much to talk about. But what you also have to consider in order to decide whether you should even use the hand trap in the first place is how many possible extenders they have to push through a certain card, right? Because I would argue a card like Ash Blossom follows a similar logic, right? Like if Dark Beckoning Beast is their only starter, well, I'll just Ash it. I'll just Ash the Dark Beckoning Beast, and if it's the only starter, they will just pass the turn. The difference is, if they start with Dark Beckoning Beast and you Ash it, they have way more possible extenders than what they can have if you just Veiler or Imperm it, right? Because what happens is, if you Veiler or Imperm this, they will also lose the ability to extra normal summon, which means that a hand like Dark Beckoning Beast plus Samsara the Lotus, which is realistic because they both play these at 3 copies, it's something you have to consider. If you Imperm or Veiler the Beckoning Beast, this Lotus is now stuck in their hand. And that's it, right? They need other extenders. Whereas if you Ash it, that only negates the search effect, and they can still extra normal the Lotus and pop off, right? So it depends whether you want to do it. I generally, I wouldn't recommend ashing Dark Beckoning Beast unless, like, sometimes I look at my hand and I'm like, dude, I only have 1 hand trap, and if this hand trap does not stop them completely, I will lose the game anyways. So I'm just gonna throw it at the Beckoning Beast and hope that's it, right? And hope that's it, because I need my opponent to just pass on nothing, or otherwise I will lose the game. If I let them combo it with the Dark Beckoning Beast into Fiendsmith stuff, yada yada, like whether they have Lotus or not, if I Ash later, it's gonna be suboptimal and it's gonna not feel great, right? But like it depends, right? Generally, I think the best choke point for Ash Blossom is gonna be the Samsara the Lotus if you can afford to do that. But that is not always possible, right? It's not always possible to hold the Ash until the Samsara the Lotus because of Phantom of Yubel, right? Like Phantom of Yubel is a card that they can realistically go for before, like sometimes before using Lotus, even if they draw Yubel cards, for example, right? Like if they have access to a Yubel Terror Incarnate or OG Yubel or Spirit of Yubel in their hand, they could just decide to turn their Dark Beckoning Beast after they linked it off. They can turn it into a Phantom. You can also decide. You can also try to Ash the Requiem, of course, when they try to access the Fiendsmith engine. Also fine. Very much dependent on what they're going for. Basically, in this combo line, when they go for Dark Beckoning Beast, if they go for Requiem and they don't have the extra normal summon anymore, ashing the Requiem feels safe, because then it's fine. I like it. But yeah, obviously, one Dark Beckoning Beast is going to be bad into Valor or Imperm. And I would say, generally, if I have Imperm or Effect Valor, I'm always using that on the Dark Beckoning Beast. I'm always using it on the Dark Beckoning Beast. Unless you have a Nibiru, maybe, and you really want to pair it with Nibiru, but it's dangerous to do that. It's dangerous to rely on that. You could, though. But yeah. I think, in general, it's not that interesting to talk about one-on-one hand traps against one-card combos, because most one-hand traps, like most one-on-one hand traps, will work against most one-card combos, right? Like even something like Ghost Bell will do some stuff against this combo. If it's only Dark Beckoning Beast, you can like bell the opening to revive the Lotus, and then they will not end on that much. You could also bell the Engraver to come back from the graveyard if that's the only combo they have. Like belling that will stop it, or Beast Stealing will stop it, right? So most of the hand traps work in this setting. Even Ghost Ogre on this, like it'll stop it, right? I think the more interesting cards to look at, for the sake of the matter, are Nibiru and Droll. Nibiru and Droll are difficult against Yubel, and I think that's the most tricky spot in this format, is to decide whether you think these cards are good or not. Because they sometimes can do so much, and sometimes they can do so little, which is always the hardest thing to decide whether you want to play such a card or not. In the case of Dark Beckoning Beast, if they start with Dark Beckoning Beast, Droll and Lockbird is very good. Maybe for the discussion of Droll and Lockbird, it is good to just look at the different one-card combos and look at which combo the card is good against and which combo the card is poor against, and then see whether we think it's worth playing or not. But in the case of Dark Beckoning Beast, if they start with Dark Beckoning Beast, Droll and Lockbird is a really good card, right? Because they're gonna normal summon Beckoning Beast, they're gonna add the opening, you're gonna Droll, that's gonna stop the opening from being activated. They can't even activate it and not search, because opening of the Spirit Gates has a mandatory add. Just in case you guys were not aware of this, but if opening of the Spirit Gates cannot search or does not have a target, you cannot activate the card, because it is a mandatory effect to search a card from your deck to your hand. You can't even like throw it down just to get like the revive effect under Droll, because you have to search on activation. So Droll and Lockbird here will basically stop them in their tracks. Possible extenders are honestly not that great, because Engraver can't be used. Tracked cannot be used. Where's Tracked? Tracked here. Tracked can't be used. Nightmare Throne is good as an extender here. Nightmare Throne is a freaking custom card. It doesn't have to add. You can just destroy a Spirit of Yubel, special out a Yubel, and there you go. You've got Fiendsmith, you've got Phantom. So Nightmare Throne is always going to cook Droll, honestly. Unless it's their only starter. If Nightmare Throne is their only starter, we're going to look at that in a moment. But then Droll is good. They can't hard draw Nightmare Pain for any shenanigans. If they draw a Samsara D Lotus, they can still normal summon it, and that also pretty much cooks, right? Yeah. Samsara D Lotus will still tribute to go into Spirit, and Spirit can obviously set the Nightmare Pain instead of adding it. But because you're already under Droll here, because they're already under Droll, they can't use Nightmare Pain to add. Right? They can't use Nightmare Pain to add. So it's still, they can still do a Fiendsmith combo, and they will still get a lot. But the Droll still prevents a fair bit. Like, we can, I guess, let's walk it through. If my opponent has Dark Beckoning Beast plus Samsara D Lotus, and I have Droll and Lockbird, let's see what happens, right? So they're gonna start Dark Beckoning Beast. They're gonna grab Opening of the Spirit Gates. I'm gonna Droll. Let me organize this a little bit better so it's not all over the place. So they have a dead Opening in the stuck in the hand. They're gonna go normal summon Lotus, activate Lotus, summon Spirit. Spirit sets Nightmare Pain. Probably go Requiem / Moon. Moon into Requiem, into Summon Engraver, into Equip, into Necroquip. Oh yeah, you can also make, you probably make Phantom first. Yeah, you're right, my bad. You make a Phantom first, obviously, by shuffling these two in. Or probably shuffle in the Beckoning Beast instead. And then you're here. You're gonna use the Engraver to summon itself back. I'm trying to think if it makes sense to go Sequence here or just Yama. Because I'm thinking if you go Yama, maybe you go Yama first before Fiendsmith. What was it? It was, yeah, you probably go Yama first. Give me a second. It was Lotus plus Beckoning Beast, Lotus effect for Spirit, Spirit set Pain, make Yama. Oh, but you can't add. Never mind. Never mind. It was Fiendsmith. It was Fiendsmith. Okay, so please make this Phantom. You have Necroquip. You bring back Engraver by shuffling back this. This is still in the graveyard. These are in the deck. So you're here. So what do you really do if you can't go for Yama? Do you go Sequence? Oh, I can see something. Okay, hold up. You can go Sequence. You can fuse Aerial Eater. If you want to, you can use these two. You make Aerial Eater. You can send Sharvara, right? You could add Sharvara. You can send Sharvara. And then Sharvara sets you the trap, whichever one you're using. Where's the trap? Or I got too many piles. There. The wrong trap. I was gonna look for the other one. Oh, there it is. It's gonna set you one of the traps. Then you can make Yama. Yama adds back the Sharvara. Didn't you use Lotus for Phantom already? No, I switched it for the It was the Dark Beckoning Beast. But either way, they're both Dark Fiends, so it's the same in this case. Which one you use, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. Yes. So you're here. We can't bring back the Aerial Eater at this point because we don't have 2 level 6 or higher fiends with the right attribute. We could pop the Nightmare Pain for the Sharvara or the opening or the Unchained Trap. Honestly, Droll seems really powerful if they start with Beckoning Beast. You want to banish Necrocrypt for Aerial Eater? So should I have fused? I fused the Aerial Eater with these two. Should I have fused it with these two? The Engraver and the Moon? I can. And then this is my graveyard. But still, what's my other high level? What's my other high level fiend that I'm gonna banish? Am I gonna pop my Phantom with Sharvara? Because if I pop my Phantom with Sharvara, I'm not getting another Phantom. Because I don't have Yubel cards anymore. You made Phantom too early? I made Phantom too early. Okay. So I don't have Phantom yet, and I made it with a Spirit and a Beckoning Beast. Okay, I have these in the graveyard now. What does that really change? Because if I banish my Spirit for Aerial Eater to summon it, I will not get a Phantom. Reborn Spirit with Muckraker. So I pop my Nightmare Pain to summon Sharvara. I make Muckraker? Nah. There's no shot. There's no shot. That's not the line. There's no way that's the line. Isn't Sharvara only face down? Yeah, the Nightmare Pain is face down. I mean, at the very minimum, guys, the thing is, at the very minimum, you're still going to be able to end on Rage plus Phantom plus Trap. That is not difficult. That is not difficult, but I'm trying to see if there's more. But it doesn't feel like there's more. Right? Because it's super simple. You can just make Phantom, pop your Nightmare Pain with Sharvara, and link these two into a Soul of Rage. Like that's a given. That's a given that we can always do under Droll here. So we have Rage, Phantom, Trap, and Spell for follow-up. And even we have the Yama engrave as well. So that is something you can always do under Droll. However, I still think, considering this is a 2-card combo against Droll and Lockbird, that would still make the Droll a really good card. But obviously it depends on which one they start with and which one they exit. It's funny because if you have Beckoning Beast plus Lotus, I'm pretty sure you actually get a better board if you against Droll. They get a better board if they start with Lotus. right? If they start with Lotus, their board is going to end up stronger. Because just Lotus against Droll is you go Lotus, you go Spirit, you set the Nightmare Pain from the deck, you activate the Nightmare Pain pops the Spirit, you search Grave Scrimmer, Spirit activates, and now you get Drolled, right? This is where you get Drolled, and it's like super, like you have so much material already. It's almost not worth it anymore. It's almost not worth it anymore. You summon Beckoning and not search? I mean, I guess if you want to play around Droll, you can go normal summon Dark Beckoning Beast, no effect. You can go, that'd be even better, right? Normal summon Beckoning, no effect, summon Lotus. But that is way worse into other hand traps, right? That's way worse into like Ash Blossom, for example. They can Imperm Veiler it anyways, that is true. But it is way weaker into Ash Blossom. You just combo through Ash anyways? No, you don't. If you normal summon Beckoning Beast, no effect, normal summon Lotus, and they Ash the Lotus effect, how do you combo? With any extender? Dude, you do not get the point of this discussion. You did not get the point of this discussion whatsoever. Okay, moving on. If Dark Beckoning Beast doesn't activate its effect on normal summon, should I still imperm it? I think so. For the following reason. If because you'd have to think, what are the reasons that my opponent is not using the Dark Beckoning Beast effect? Reason number one, and honestly, the most likely one is, well, they've drawn the one of Spirit Gates, right? And they're not playing Chaos Summoning Beast, or they drew both. But for the most part in this format, I would assume it just means, hey, they have the opening in hand. In which case, imperming the Beckoning Beast can be risky. But you gotta ask yourself the question, why did they start with Beckoning Beast? And even if it doesn't have a target, right? Like, what's the point? What does their hand, like, from your perspective, their hand is Beckoning Beast plus 4 blanks, right? Which is like, okay, which kind of 5 cards would they have to have in order to decide to start with the Dark Beckoning Beast and not use the effect? And I'm pretty sure that, like, it usually would involve Samsara the Lotus being in there, right? Like, it's probably there. Because why else would they start with a normal summon that doesn't do anything? How are they even gonna combo, right? And if it's like, because if it's Nightmare Throne, I'm not even sure if you start with Beckoning Beast. And not with, you can just start Nightmare Throne, honestly. You can just start Nightmare Throne, pop Spirit. If you want to play through a Droll or something. Right? If they have opening hand, they will just link off, then revive. Yes. If they, and that's the dangerous thing. If they have opening in hand, if you imperm this, they can link it off if they play Almirage. And that's another thing. Almirage is not a staple. Right? Almirage is not a staple. For example, this second place list from a regional last weekend did not play Almirage. They went for other options instead. They went for the third Phantom for the grind game. They went for the Muckraker for some combo lines, so on and so forth. The Almirage is not a guarantee. So at that point, you'd have to consider whether you're willing to gamba on them playing Almiraj or not, which at the moment, it looks like most people are not playing Almiraj. At the same time, these kind of things in a Yu-Gi-Oh format are things that you can use to your advantage, right? Like you can be like, oh, no one is playing around Almiraj, so I'm gonna put it into my deck. But the problem is that I don't know how often it really comes up. I don't know how often it comes up because it really only matters, I feel like, when your Dark Beckoning Beast gets impermed and you also have opening in hand, right? Like if your Dark Beckoning Beast resolves, you usually won't need Almiraj. It's only really if you draw the gate alongside it, which makes it a staple in Master Duel for at the moment, for example, because there's 3 gates in Master Duel, and it's actually relatively likely that you draw opening plus beast, and your opponent goes, well, I'll imperm the beast, right? And then you can go, okay, link off, opening, revive, extra normal, yada yada, right? So I feel like in the TCG right now, it is probably... Basically, we've talked about this earlier with the Chaos Summoning Beast. Both of these cards take up space in your deck, either the main deck or the extra deck, respectively, in order to make the opening of the Spirit Gates a better card to draw, right? If you play Chaos Summoning Beast or Almiraj, drawing opening of the Spirit Gates is a card that combos on its own, right? And it also makes it play through hand traps better, right? Like if you draw Beckoning Beast plus opening, if you play Almiraj, you play through hand traps a little bit easier. The problem is, do you really want to sacrifice an extra deck slot, or do you really want to risk putting a card into your main deck that's terrible to draw just to make this one of better in scenarios, honestly, because most of the time, opening of the Spirit Gates is not your only starter, right? Most of the time, opening of the Spirit Gates, even if you draw it, you probably draw it with other cards, so you still won't need like the Chaos Summoning Beast necessarily, right? So I personally am leaning towards not playing these cards if I were to play the Yubel deck. But I can see what they do. I can see what they offer you, but I feel like there's other extra deck cards that offer you more. But yeah. Anyways. Droll and Lockbird against Dark Beckoning Beast as an opener seems good. Long story short. For Nibiru, I don't know, actually. Like, they go Beckoning Beast, opening. I mean, actually, Nibiru against just Beckoning Beast seems good. Right? Extra normal. Fiend Schmidt. Requiem. Engraver, Equip. Necroquip, Ringback. You could... I don't think you would want to nib here. It's difficult. Is it difficult? Yubel only plays perfectly around Droll with Lotus, or in a decent way if they open the field spell. Yeah, Droll seems okay against it. The problem that I have with Droll is that sometimes they do open Lotus. And that sometimes is not... It's the 3-of, right? So it's like not that unrealistic. But yeah. The thing is, if they have certain extenders, they could just make a Caesar now. The question is, would they have played their hand this way? Because what I'm thinking right now is... Wait, where's Spirit coming from? That's not here yet. If you have, for example, if you have Beckoning Beast plus Spirit of Yubel, do you play this in this way? If you have opening, if you have Beckoning Beast plus Spirit of Yubel as your starters, right? Do you play it in this way? Do you start like this? Do you go this far with the Spirit of Yubel in hand, and then you go Caesar here to play around Nip? Because you could. And then you can go opening, pitch Spirit, revive Spirit, and pop off with Nightmare Pain. You'd rather grab Sharvara early to play around Imperm Veiler? Yeah, you got to make a decision, right? You got to make a decision. This also Omega into Ghost Ogre, right? Like if you make Caesar, go opening pitch Spirit, I guess you still end on Phantom Caesar. It's not that bad. You're not inting. But you are foregoing your Fiendsmith cards right now, right? Those lines are always sus if they hold Imperm. How good do you think holding Imperm on Beckoning Beast is? What would you say is the best choke point for Imperm if you're not hitting the Beckoning Beast, Nish? Spirit or Yama? I would stop Yama. So stopping Yama... It depends what kind of line they go for, right? But like hitting the Yama also probably stops... Realistically, it stops this, right? It stops the Unchained Trap card, whichever one they're using. Because it doesn't stop Soul of Rage, right? Soul of Rage can still be there because they can just turn the Yama into it. So, but you stop these. You really think Imperming Beckoning Beast? I guess it depends on your hand, right? It's not something you can just say, oh, always Imperm the Beckoning Beast or never Imperm the Beckoning Beast. You got to look at your hand and be like, okay, if I let the Imperm go through, if I let the Beckoning Beast go through, they are guaranteed to end on some things. And if I cannot beat those things, then can't do that. You could also Imperm the sequence, but that is kind of mid if they have extenders. I guess you do know at the point where hypothetically, all right, let's walk through this there because the thing is you get more info. One advantage of holding your hand traps is that the more they play their turn, the more info you get about what they have in their hand. For example, if they go Beckoning Beast at opening and then normal summon the other Beckoning Beast, it probably means they don't have Samsara D Lotus, right? I guess not 100% sure. They could aim to revive it with opening later. But like, if they go for like a Fiendsmith line here, I feel like it tells you something about their hand, right? I feel like it tells you about certain things that they don't have. Maybe they're trying to bait an Ash Blossom on the Requiem, right? Maybe they're trying to bait an Ash here and then just go, okay, opening effect, pitch. Yeah, that's actually, I feel like that's relatively likely. So they don't have Fiendsmith. You know they don't have Fiendsmith, but I think they could easily have Lotus. With the idea of, I'm going to bait Ash Blossom on the Requiem. I'm going to bait Ash Blossom here. If they don't Ash the Requiem, I'll go for my Fiendsmith stuff. But I can, at any point, I can go opening, pitch, Lotus, revive Lotus. Right? Which is weird. The problem with imperming the Yama is they can send Sharvara with Ether. That's another thing that you need to be careful of. I feel like in some of these lines you make the Yama first to grab the Sharvara. And in other lines, you go for the Moon first to go through the Fiendsmith cards, right? And it depends on which kind of hand they have and which kind of extenders they have. When they do what. Because if they start with Yama, you're right. If they start with Yama and you imperm the Yama, they can potentially still go Aerial Ether, Center Sharvara. But the the thing is, if you think this through, sending the Sharvara with Aerial Eater after Yama has been impermed, you can't bring it back. Like, you can't add it back to your hand to pop and trigger the Yama and so on and so forth, right? So it still feels good to imperm the Yama. Ultimately, I think the main spots to imperm are probably Yama to cut off Sharvara and Varudras, and the trap card, Sequence, or Beckoning Beast. Or, I mean, if they normal summon Lotus, you think you imperm? Spirit. You could also just imperm the Spirit, that's true. I think these are the spots. I think these are the spots to imperm, generally. But it is scary because they play Grave Scrimmer, right? If you imperm the Spirit of Yubel, it's very risky. It's very risky imperming the Spirit of Yubel and then they have Grave Scrimmer and you get owned. It's the same with Lotus, right? If you imperm Lotus and they have Scrimmer, it's kind of annoying. Also, if they get to Spirit, it'll still be Phantom at the very minimum. I don't know. I think imperming Yama is solid if your hand can beat the stuff that they can make after that. Imperming Sequence can also be fine. Imperming Beckoning Beast is the one that you do if you just want them to pass and do nothing. Hopefully. And Spirit of Yubel seems risky. It's the high risk, high reward kind of imperm. Yeah. It's difficult though. It is difficult. I think the highest reward is just imperming Beckoning Beast and they don't have an extender. Right? Because what kind of cards even extend after imperm on Beckoning Beast? Nightmare Throne always does everything, right? Nightmare Throne is such a custom card, man. So if you imperm Beckoning Beast, they can have Sharvara to stop it. They can have Grave Skirmer to at least do something, but I'm sure like Grave Skirmer on Beast. Oh, that's full combo, right? Almost, pretty much, because you can go into Fiendsmith, into Aerial Eater, send Lotus, and then Squirmer revive Lotus, right? So it's like it's pretty much full combo. The only difference is that you won't have Squirmer effect later on, but you can definitely do stuff. Nightmare Throne is custom. Fiendsmith cards are good to have there, I'm pretty sure. Make Sword Soul great again? I can't do that. Unfortunately, not possible. Okay, so possible extenders after you imperm the Beckoning Beast include Grave Squirmers, Fiendsmith package with 1 or 2 tracked, Nightmare Throne, Terraforming, 1-for-1, and some 2-card combos. Which is at least, depending on how many tracked and Grave Skirmers they play, at least like 11, 12 cards. A lot. A lot of ways to play through Imperm on Beckoning Beast. Gates if they draw it. Gates depends on what their deck is. Not guaranteed. Yeah, the look, the hand trap minigame is still real this format, unfortunately. The hand trap minigame is still real. But okay, let's continue our journey through some of these 1-card combos. Beckoning Beast. I feel like we've discussed about the Beckoning Beast start enough now at this point. I feel like I have sufficient. I mean, I need to do more practice for Lille, but for now, for today, for the sake of understanding the deck, I feel like we've already made some solid progress. Also, in general, whether you are, I'm not sure if this session is going to make it onto YouTube, but also if you're just watching right now, let me know if you think this is helpful, because I am learning myself. So there are things here that I'm like kind of like figuring out as we go. So I'm hoping it's helpful. But yeah, you know how you guys like this sort of stuff. Um, all right. Why don't we talk about the two bad boys, the two main combos, the Lotus and the Nightmare Throne. And here is going to be another spot where I am sure there is plenty of different ways how you can play these combos with Lotus slash Nightmare Throne. There's probably a bunch of different ways you can sequence these the best, and I am currently not in the position to I'm currently not in the position of judging which one is the perfect way to play it. But let's just start with Lotus, right? So Lotus obviously goes into, the start is always going to be obvious, but it'll go Spirit into Nightmare Pain. Where did I put Nightmare Pain, dude? Nightmare Pain is here. Spirit into Nightmare Pain. Nightmare Pain pop the Spirit to add Grave Squirmer, and Spirit floats into Yubel. You're then going to summon the Grave Squirmer, and I think you always pop the Yubel because you just want more Yubels in rotation and summon out a Terra Incarnate, right? At this point, once again, there's two options. You can just make Moon, or you can make Yama. I'm not sure what the majority of, like, what the standard line is at this point, but I think Moon is the one I see more often when I look at just thing combos. No Phantom before. We're gonna make Phantom after Moon because I think we want to shuffle in the two Yubels instead of shuffling in before. You can, if you make Phantom before you make Moon, you would have to shuffle in the Lotus or the Spirit. I think you'd rather shuffle in these two for the Phantom, because if you get nipped here, it doesn't really matter because you still have Grave Squirmer effect, Phantom to make, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think you have to make Phantom first. You could though. So we make Phantom by shuffling these two back in, and then you're gonna turn the Moon into Requiem. Requiem summons Engraver. Equip Requiem. Make Necroquip Princess. Where's bro? Bro's here. And then Engraver effect. Shuffle back one of these. And probably just make sequence. I mean, the thing is, you don't really have to send anything here, right? I think you make sequence. So what I have seen is people making Aerial Eater here with the Engraver and the Moon, and then just go ahead and send another Engraver for follow-up from the deck to the graveyard. That's what I've seen people do. I'm not sure if it's ideal here. I'm not sure if it's ideal here. But what this does basically is you're going through your Aerial Eater just because having Aerial Eater in the graveyard is nice, because it can come back later, right? It can come back later for free. But then you need to keep Incarnate Engrave to summon back. No. Do you? So do I shuffle the Lotus instead? Like this? You can banish 2 level 6 or higher fiends with the same attribute. But why can't I banish Necroquip and Spirit? Well, anyways. These two can go for Yama. Yama grabs Sharvara. Squirmer effect? Or, you need, that's why. Okay, I see. Terror Incarnate and Necroquip banish for Aerial Ether. So that you can link off the Yama, right? Because you want to link off the Yama. You want to link off the Yama before summoning the Sharvara so that you can trigger the Yama in the graveyard, right? So, what do these two make then? Do I just make Soul of Rage now? And then Grave Squirmer effect, summon Yubel, Sharvara, pop Yubel, effect Yama, effect Spirit, Spirit returns from this. Yubel. Now I'm locked into Fiends with the Sharvara. I want to link these two off. I guess I make Muckraker. Set with Sharvara this trap if you want the Rage in the Graveyard. You can pop Sharvara with Yama effect. Ooh. You could, yeah. You could pop the Sharvara with Yama effect and just leave this here. I think it depends which trap you play. Whether you do that or not, right? Like if you play this trap, it's okay to just have the Rage in the Graveyard with Chamber, right? So you just end on this. Oh. This is worse than the Dark Beckoning Beast combo. I guess you just have less bodies. It kind of makes sense. Yeah. Escape is insane. I think Escape is cool. I think the reason why, from my very basic understanding, the reason why people prefer is the Abominable Chamber is the fact that, look, I'm only starting to get into this, right? But like with 1-card combos and with combos that play through hand traps, right? Because all of this, what we're doing right now is mostly in a vacuum without being hand trapped. But like even if you draw 2-card combos or 3-card combos, you will get hand trapped a lot of the times, right? So like if you end on a board that doesn't have Desiree on it, which is obviously you can go for Desiree if you are uninterrupted and all that stuff, right? But if your opponent hand traps you maybe once or twice, like they have an Imperm or an Ash Blossom or something, and you don't really have a way to end on Desiree, if your opponent has Dark Ruler, you get cooked relatively hard. If you end on, I guess if you end on Escape, because like Escape only gives you access to Soul of Rage after Dark Ruler if you still have the Yama engrave. And most first turn combos use the Yama engrave to summon Varudras. So unless you play 2 Yamas, the Escape does not give you back the Soul of Rage. Did I phrase that right? Did you guys get that? Like if I use my Yama in the graveyard to make Varudras, and I don't play two Yamas, which is not what people are doing at the moment. People are not really playing. Some people are playing two Yamas, but you can't. I'm just explaining the theory why in this scenario against Dark Ruler, if you don't play two Yamas, I think Chamber makes sense against Dark Ruler, because at least if you get Dark Rulered in spots like this, Chamber brings back Rage for a disruption, right? So if you want to play this card, in order to still be able to get back your Rage against Dark Ruler, you probably want to play 2 copies of Yama, which is something that people have been, in order to save extra deck space, I think people are going for one chamber with one Yama, one chamber with one Yama instead of escape with 2 Yamas, right? So it's it has pros and cons is the thing. There's no, I don't think there is a strictly better option here. I do agree with you guys that I think the board is stronger when you play escape. The board is stronger, but that is not the only thing you look at when evaluating an option. You also have to look at the fact that yes, your board is stronger, but it needs an additional extra deck space, which that additional extra deck space that you use for the second Yama is something that you will be missing some other times, right? Like for example, this list chooses to play Phantom of Yubel as a 3-of, which is probably what you have to cut if you want to play 2 Yamas. There's not that many flex spots here. I think the flex spots are precisely the 3rd Phantom and the Muckraker. And the Muckraker seems pretty cool in some of these combos. So, yeah. I don't play Yubel, so none of the above. I think, and here's the thing, when you're trying to perform, and this is why I'm doing this also for myself right now, because I currently don't plan on using Yubel. It's not completely out of the question for me, but I'm not looking to play Yubel. I might, but not necessarily, right? But even when you are entering a tournament, I think these sort of things are incredibly important to know, even when you're just trying to beat a deck, because it'll give you so much information about your opponent's list and your opponent's hand when you are familiar with how these combos function, right? Like when you understand things like, oh, if my opponent had this or that card in their hand, they would have played this line differently. Or if my opponent was playing like 2 Yamas, they would have gone for this line. Or like even just understanding the basic things of, oh, I saw 2 Yamas from my opponent. That probably means they only have 2 Phantoms. Or they don't have Muckraker. Things like that. Because later on in a game, you might find yourself in a position of, oh, like you have to make a decision that is based on whether you think your opponent has another Phantom of Yubel next turn, right? And so you look through your opponent's graveyard and their resources and stuff like that, and you remember like, oh, they used Almirage and they used 2 Yamas. So yeah, I think I can confidently make this play that would lose to a 3rd Phantom because I don't think they have a 3rd Phantom. And for that sort of stuff, you need to understand the deck really well, right? Like you need to understand how the combos work. And it's a big optimization, right? Like if you're going to a locals or something, or even a regionals, it's not something you necessarily have to do. But things like that can make a huge difference when you're playing a YCS or something, right? Like imagine it's your bubble match and you need to make a decision based on whether you think your opponent plays 3 Phantom or not, and you just don't know Yubel well enough, so you have no idea. You just don't know whether they have it or not based on the information you've seen, right? So I think this sort of stuff matters even if you don't play the deck yourself, right? And you need to get relatively in depth to understand these sort of things. Okay, old man, now teach us how to flip skill drain. Shut up. Okay. What about so I assume Nightmare Throne is the best possible. I mean, it has to be the best possible combo, right? Because it just has to be, right? So, is there anyone here who feels confident in saying they know the ideal way to play the Nightmare Throne combo line? Let's try to walk through it. If you have just Nightmare Throne, you add Samsara D Lotus, right? You go Samsara D Lotus into Spirit into Nightmare Pain. Nightmare Pain effect pop Spirit. Add Gruesome Grave Squirmer. Do you don't already you don't you do you trigger Nightmare Throne already? Freak Show, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope it's helpful. Also, Zweeb and Squirrel Fox, thank you so much for the subs, everybody. I'm sorry if I'm not thanking every single sub because I am kind of focused and I'm not trying to lose my concentration on what we're doing. I'm trying my best to not make it too messy right now. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, so we're here. And we're definitely activating Spirit of Yubel to summon out the Yubel, but are we also activating the Nightmare Throne? Probably yes. So we're gonna get this. Right? I'm not a sub. Can I get a thank you? Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. We go Yama. Yama effect. Add Sharvara. Probably make a Phantom here. Right? Probably make Phantom. I don't know what we shuffle in. Probably OG Yubel, so we can resummon it with Spirit. And either Terror or Lotus. Let's use the Lotus for now, just in case we need the Terror Incarnate for Aerial Ether later, but I don't know if we do. So we get Phantom. We special Grave Squirmer question mark? We don't pop. We link into Moon. Moon, Requiem, Schmidt. Equip, Necroquip. Revive, Schmidt. So we already have most things. Does this just make Caesar? Because Grave Squirmer brings back Spirit. Summon Sharvara, pop Spirit. Trigger Yama in the grave. Gets 2 level 10s. Sharvara on the board. Actually, probably not. Let's do Sequence. And let's make Ether with Engraver and Moon. And just send another Engraver with the Aerial Ether. Follow up. Squirmer effect. Bring out Spirit. Sharvara effect. Pop Spirit. Spirit and Yama effect. Bring back Spirit. Summon Yubel. We're locked into Fiends right now, so we're gonna make Muckraker. Sharvara sets Unchained Trap. Whichever one. These make Varudras. This can't be linked off. Oh wait, we haven't made rage yet. Maybe it's not muckraker yet. Oh yeah. This is. Wait, what did I do? Which one? Which did I link off for muckraker? Was it these two? Right? Yeah. No, that's rage. That's rage. This. This makes muckraker. Muckraker brings back this brother. These two get banished for Aerial Eater. And this is Caesar. Yeah. This is Throne, right? This is Throne. This is Throne +1 discard, right? If you play Chamber. Yeah. If you play Chamber. That's pretty nasty. That's pretty insane. To be fair, this also is possible with Dark Beckoning Beast. We did it earlier. But with Dark Beckoning Beast, you need one more discard. This was Nightmare Throne +1 discard for Muckraker. The Beckoning Beast was 2 discards. Yeah. Desiree should be here. Okay, I have not gone for any Desiree lines. So let me try to figure out how you can make Desiree with Nightmare Throne. Because I know it's possible, I just don't know exactly how and how it's like optimally done. Is it Desiree instead of Varudras? You have to choose between Desiree or Caesar with 1 throne. Okay, walk me through it, Hash. Walk me through it. Throne. Well, I can do the first couple steps. Throne, Lotus, Spirit, Pain, Pop. These two on board. Squirmer in hand. We're speedrunning. Yama. Charvara. Spirit. These two in hand. Phantom, I mean. Not Yama, Moon. Alright. Walk it back. This is Moon. Okay, but the Phantom is fine. Both work? Bro. Alright, anyways, we're here. Alright, we've gone for Moon first now. Whatever. Requiem effect. Summon Engraver. Do we even need to go for Necroquip or do we just go Squirmer? So it's Squirmer and Engraver just make Squirmer and Engraver make Yama. Yama at Charvara. Squirmer revives. Do I pop Yama with Charvara? No, right? Just make sequence. We're trying to end on Desiree, right? I guess I make sequence. If I make sequence, I haven't brought back my engraver yet. I don't want to shuffle it in yet either, though. Right? Like, if I make sequence now, I have to shuffle in all 3 light fiends. I'm not getting my... I don't think it's sequence here. I think it's Yama, add Sharvara. This is in the graveyard. You need to make Necroquip? Okay, let's just say a Necroquip is in the graveyard. I don't think Hash knows the line. I think Hash was just yapping as usual. Hash yaps a lot. And now he's being awfully quiet when we're just going through a step-by-step combo. But I didn't expect anything else, to be honest. Fair enough. I'm doing it right now? Bro, don't do it! Tell me! I asked whether you knew the line, you said yes. And then you, like, didn't know what to do on, like, step 4. I'm sorry, I can't write an essay, okay? Look, if you type a line into the Twitch chat, do you know what happens if you press enter in between, like, different steps? Are you aware? Like, you can just say, make Yama search Sharvara, press enter. I'm teaching you very basic Twitch chat stuff. And then once that's done, I'll do it. And then you'll say, okay, now use Grave Skirmer to bring back what you know what I like. I'm not asking you for the full spreadsheet. I'm asking you to walk me through the line. And we started doing that by I went Yama, you were like, no, you have to go Moon. I go Moon, and you're like, oh, actually Yama works too. All right. Do we have anyone who knows the Desiree line? Does anyone know the Desiree line with Nightmare Throne? Like, actually know it? If you call me, I can tell you. Okay, I'll call you. Hold up. Hello?
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, you can make both Yama or Moon work, but
But what? Both Yama and Moon work, but what?
sorry, my mic is like really.
Okay. Yeah, you know the combo, but your mic is
Yes,
yeah.
I am, man. It's the mic. I was literally like saying the combo, you started talking
Yeah,
halfway.
yeah. You were already done basically. We would have already finished the combo.
No,
if you're
I was actually at Summon Yama.
yeah,
But
if
okay,
the
anyway.
stupid mic. Yeah, no, yeah. I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay, you want me to say it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you make Yama with
Hold
the
on.
Fiends with
Wait,
the
okay. Wait. Nightmare Throne.
Wait, at which point do you want me to start?
Bro, do you let me get there. Wait. Spirit, Pain, Pop Spirit. You get both Yubels and a Grey Squirmer in hand.
Yes.
All right, here we are. Okay, I make Yama or I make Moon.
Make Moon because that's the one I know. I
I
don't know
make
the one
Moon.
when you make
Yes.
Yama.
Okay, I make Moon.
Okay, now take Terror Incarnate and Yubel and make Spirit.
I make Spirit. Phantom, you mean? But yes.
Sorry, yeah, Phantom.
Yes.
Sorry. Make Rem. Feast from deck. Summon Squirmer from hand. And make Yama with these two.
Okay. The mic was doing weird things, but I make Requiem. I summon.
Yeah, sorry. My mic is really bad. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Summon Engraver, special Squirmer.
Okay, sorry. Okay, make Yama.
Okay, make Yama.
Add Sharvara. Yeah. Sorry, because your stream is like behind, so I don't know at what point you are.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
No,
not sure when to talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Add Yama. Shuffle back Moon, summon Fiendsmith, make Rage, pop Rage for Sharvara, use Yama and Rage Engrave. Rage adds back Fiendsmith. Okay, tell me when to go again.
Okay, I made Rage with Yama and Engraver.
Yes.
I pop Rage with Shavara.
Yes.
I use Yama and Rage effect.
Yes.
I add back
Yama summons Spirit. You add back Fiendsmith, and Yama summons Spirit and pops the Spirit.
Pops the Spirit. So that Spirit triggers and
Spirit
summons
Yubel from deck.
Yes. Engraver effect?
Yes. Get tracked. Get Larry.
Yes.
Yeah, and link off tracked and link off Larry and Sharvara for sequence, set chamber, sequence effect, make Desiree, and then Squirmer banish, summon Spirit overlay, and that's it.
This is Desiree. Yeah. Squirmer. Summon Spirit. Make Varudras?
Squirmer banish, make Varudras. Yes. And then you just equip sequence from the field.
Okay. So it's the same board, but it doesn't have Caesar. Instead, it has Desiree.
Yeah, usually with the one card combos, you have to decide between Caesar and Desiree, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's difficult for me to type because I was multitasking. Okay.
It's all good. It's all fun. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I fuck off now.
Yeah. You did know the combo though. Let it be known.
Yeah. No. I know most of the combos. It's just difficult for me to type. Anyway. Ciao. Have fun.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. I think I got that. We were relatively fast paced in some parts of the combo, and then the mic cut out in other ones, but we got there. All right. So I guess this is a way you can do it with just Nightmare Throne. The impression that I'm getting is that with one card starters, you never get to the quote unquote full end board, right? Like you can pick and choose. Like this one does not have Caesar, right? There's other versions of the combo that just doesn't have the Desiree. There's other versions of the combo. I'm sure there's probably a way to combo into maybe Desiree plus Caesar or something or whatever, right? That doesn't have the Varudras or something, but like most one card combos will probably end on like the Unchained Trap, and then out of these 4 monsters, right? Out of these 4, you will have usually 3, right? You'll usually have 3 out of these 4 with most one card combos, and then look, it was already hella complicated for me to get to to get to this end board with the 1 card combo. We're not gonna learn the 2 card combos together right now. The 2 card combos exist. Let it be known that they exist. I am pretty sure that if you have 2 card combos and they go completely uninterrupted, you can probably end on all 4. But we're not learning that one right now because that. Redo it, please. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can redo the Nightmare Throne combo. Hold up, give me a second. I can do that. Challenge accepted. All right. Nightmare Throne. Search Lotus. Lotus effect. Summon Spirit. Spirit search Pain. Pain pop Spirit. Search Gruesome Grave Scrimmer. Spirit 1. Throne 2. Summon Yubel. And Terror Incarnate. Make Moon. Where Moon? Make Moon. Shuffle both Yubels to make Phantom. Closed Heaven. Go through Requiem to summon Engraver. Special Grave Squirmer. Make Yama. Grab Sharvara. Squirmer. Revive Spirit. No, we brought back Fiendsmith first. We brought Fiendsmith first. Fiendsmith. And that made where is it? That made Rage. Then we went Squirmer on Yubel. Then we went Sharvara on Rage. No. Did we? Yeah, we did. Yama effect, Rage, add back Engraver. Or did we just not use? Yeah, we didn't use Squirmer yet. That was the one. I was about what did we revive with Yama? Yeah, okay. Sharvara pop Rage, Rage add back Engraver, Yama bring back Spirit, pop it. Yeah, okay, now I got it. Okay, yeah. I got it. Alright, this Engraver effect, grab Tract, Lurie. Lurie Sharvara. Sequence. Set Chamber. Squirmer. Makes Varudras. Sequence effect has 1, 2, 3 Light Fiends. Ha! Alright. You got it. Got it. Alright. The unfortunate news is that the one card throne combo is also pretty bad into Nib. I think most of the combos are pretty weak into just Nib. On the flip side, I think the standard combos that people are using are like, it's pretty Nibiru plus Impermer Veiler is still pretty good here, because even until the very end, before they make Varudras here, you can still Veiler the Phantom and then nib them. And they will basically pass on. They still pass on a good chunk. Like, because the thing is, imagine you have Imperm plus Veiler. You have Imperm plus Veiler, you Veiler the Phantom, and then you nib. They get to send your nib with the Desiree in this case, but you don't have to let him make Desiree. You could, like... but then they still have the revive on. Let's just assume you nib them here. They can still make another Phantom, and they still have Chamber for... They still have Chamber for Rage. So you have 4 cards against Phantom plus Rage, which is doable. It's doable, but it's not, like, crazy. What about Bestial plus Nib? Bestial plus Nib depends a lot on what they are trying to go for, and also it depends so much... it depends so much on their decision, right? Because, for example, they could just say, I'm not going to negate the Bestial because I'm happy with my board if you resolve the Bestial, right? Like, they still get a lot, right? They still get a lot of stuff if you Bestial. So it's like, it's on them, right? The ball is in their like, I don't know how that saying goes. They have the decision to make on whether they want to risk the nib or not. Right? Like, if you go Bestial effect, banish something, they can be like, I'll negate it with Phantom, and then the nib goes hard. Or they can decide to just let it go through, and then the Bestial is good, but the nib isn't, right? So it's difficult. There might be a better spot to Veiler plus nib than at the very end, probably at some point in this combo. Maybe you do it before Yama. The problem with doing it before Yama is that they can still go for Yama then, right? Because they still have like Grave Squirmer and another Phantom, and then that can make Yama, and maybe that gets ugly from there, right? Is there something to be said for nibbing early and hitting the follow-up plays with Bestials? That works if they if the nib resolves, but usually they have a Phantom earlier, right? What you can do is you can force them to Phantom, right? You can force them to Phantom by using nib first, and then Phantom is used, and then you can Bestial later. That could be another way to use nib against this deck. But yeah. It's honestly, the long story short, unfortunately, is that this deck is very, very versatile and very, very resilient to hand traps overall. So most of the time, basically, there's 2 sides to this argument. On the one hand, there's like a lot of things that you can learn about this deck, right? There's a lot of interactions that if you know how they work, you will have a better understanding on where to hand trap and how to use them. And it will give you a huge advantage. That is necessary to know how to interact with this deck if you're using hand traps. And like, it's super crucial to understand, like, oh, if I hand trap here, are they forced to negate it? Will they negate it? How much does it stop if it resolves? How can I pair my hand traps together and all that kind of stuff? It is so difficult, right? It's a lot of work, but it can be very rewarding, right? The other side of the argument is that no matter how much you practice this sort of stuff, no matter how well you know the deck, like, there are certain spots where it will simply come down to the optimal spot to hand trap is here, and if my opponent plays it correctly or has the right extender in hand, they're just going to play through it, right? And so this sort of stuff, it can feel frustrating because you can put a lot of work. Like, what we're doing right now is not even like, it's only a start, right? We're only doing the first couple of steps into this format. We're only taking the first couple of steps into this sort of format and beating Yubel and all that kind of stuff, there's so much more work that you'd have to do before going to a YCS, before you can confidently say, yeah, I know how to play against Yubel, right? So like, so many variations of like, how do you pair Bestial plus Imperm? How do you pair Bestial plus Droll, Bestial plus Nib, 2 copies of Imperm or something like that? It's like so convoluted of how your opponent can play around it and play into it. And if they, then there's other options, right? You know, like Imperm works differently if my opponent plays Almirage. And if I see Almirage in game 1, I suddenly have to change everything about how I use my my Imperms and such. Like, it's a very, very like difficult process that we are just scratching the surface of. But I'm trying to have you guys understand the concepts of this deck, and I'm trying to have you guys understand what you need to do in order to, you know, get good at a format, right? These are the sort of things that you have to go through in a format like this one, right? And I think this is like, it can feel like it's a lot of like dry work, you know, just like learning combos and learning how to interact with hand traps and learning what the opponent's options are if you hand trap at different points, right? But in a format like this one, where like, this is something that specifically Yubel and Snake Eyes have kind of made people do, right? And it's something that I myself don't find as enjoyable, right? Having to go through this entire process, but it is what it needs. It is what it takes, right? To perform, especially if you're playing hand traps, right? Like, it's a little bit, honestly, it's slightly easier in that sense to play board breakers, because with board breakers it's just like, okay, what do they end on? What do you end on? You don't have to like know every single variation on how they get there, but you just go like, all right, what's the problem that I need to solve at the end of it, right? Like, is it Varudras plus Phantom most of the time? Is it Caesar plus Varudras plus whatever? Like, you just need to know what's there at the end of it. You don't care how they get there if you play board breakers, right? But yeah, the unfortunate thing about board breakers, and here's the thing with board breakers, is that this board is also not that weak into board breakers. Now, obviously, there is different variations of the board, but let's start with something that this list would try to make realistically, right? Like, there's different interactions depending on what kind of Unchained trap they play will greatly impact the board that they can go for, right? Like, if you play the other Unchained trap, you go for other boards, right? But let's just assume this is roughly what they are playing, right? Realistically, if you are trying to board break someone, they will just go, you will probably not play hand traps and they will go uninterrupted. So uninterrupted, I would expect, if your opponent knows what they're doing, let's say they open a 2-card combo, they will probably be able to end on Desiree, Phantom, let's say the Revive trap with a Rage in the graveyard. Let's assume that they will not have a Yama in the graveyard, because they will probably banish the Yama on turn 1 to make Varudras, right? And then if this is what they would have if it's like the 1-card Nightmare Throne combo with obviously a Nightmare Throne up, and like they'd have a Nightmare Throne and they would have a Nightmare Pain face up, right? So it'd be this, and then if they have like a 2-card combo, they can probably add a Caesar into the mix. If this is a board that is impossible to make, please let me know, but I would think it would be relatively easy. Let's say you open Nightmare Throne plus Engraver or something, you can probably make this board, right? Just before I'm yapping and spread misinformation, but you can probably make this board with 2-card combos, right? It's doable with almost any 2-carders with no interruptions. Okay, good. All right, that's all I needed to hear. I believe this board usually has Muckraker on top, but yes, yeah, this doesn't have to be everything, but like Muckraker is not really an interruption, but it's just like, okay, I just need to know that this is like possible, right? Like, this would be maximum kind of board that you would expect if your opponent opens the nuts and you don't interrupt them. Or it doesn't even have to be like they don't even need like a nutty opener, but like a standard 2 to 3 card combo does it. One Dark Ruler no more solves this. See, thank you for saying that, because this is exactly why we are here today, to learn how this deck works, because that is absolute yapping to the maximum, and I'll show you why. Give me a second. Let's talk about board breakers. Your opponent activates Dark Ruler no more against this board. You go chain Abominable Chamber of the Unchained, chain Desiree, negate the Dark Ruler. Rage returns, Dark Ruler is negated, and that's all she wrote. Right? So you still have Varudras, Rage, Caesar, Phantom. The only thing that the Dark Ruler has done is it has baited the Desiree. What you can do is you can activate 2 Dark Rulers. If you have a second one, I don't have a second one on me right now, but if you have 2 Dark Rulers, that solves it. Right? That does solve it. But this is the reason why, if they ever go for this sort of setup with Chamber, Desiree, Rage, Dark Ruler can get negated. Right? And this also works, just for the record, this also works if your opponent is playing the escape setup and is ending on a Rage with a Yama in the graveyard, which is just a different variation of the combo. I'm not actually sure if all 5 are likely, but just for the record, if your opponent ends on something like Rage, Yama, Escape of the Unchained, and you Dark Ruler, they can chain Escape, target Rage and this, chain Desiree to negate it. The Rage will get popped, and then the Yama will bring back the Rage, which is basically the exact same situation as before, right? So Travis, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate the full year. I don't think Engine breaks this, unfortunately. I think decks like, and that's what we're doing right now. I think board breakers are okay against this board, but you need to pair them. Long story short, right? Because every single board breaker has the same kind of problems here, and that is that my opponent has Omni negates, right? There's a Desiree, which is in the sense of like spell cards being activated, this is essentially an Omni negate, and Varudras is also an Omni negate. So Dark Ruler no more is usually the only card that just deals with Omni negates, but because of the way Desiree works, and because Escape of the Unchained, like that they have a trap card, right? Makes it so that even Dark Ruler can get negated. But it's the same thing for Droplet. Unless you have Droplet to send a trap and a monster, Droplet can always be negated by Desiree in the same way, right? There is Evenly, of course. These are like your standard, I would say, the most common 3 board breakers, but like also Evenly, it does even less because they have 2 ways to negate it. So even if you have double Evenly, all you're doing is you're wasting your battle phase to force Desiree and Varudras. But you still have to go main phase 2 and deal with these fellas, right? So not great. As soon as the Unchained Soul of Rage hits the board, like if they end on it because they play Escape, or if they bring it back with Chamber, you could theoretically super poly the Varudras and the Unchained Soul of Rage, but that's another thing. If they end on the Abominable Chamber, it's really hard to force them to use it, right? Because you're going to have to start playing into Varudras, Caesar, Desiree. And it's like, well, at the point where they are now using the Abominable Chamber, it's probably already too late to Super Poly. So I think Super Poly is pretty bad against this deck, unfortunately, because this cannot be used as fusion material. So you can't Super Poly like these two. So that's not really great. Thrust and Talents. Unfortunately, I don't know why I'm putting these up there. Thrust and Talents, unfortunately, are also kind of in the same boat. Like, one talents alone or one thrust alone is simply not going to do it because they simply won't resolve, right? Like they simply will not resolve because there's two cards that can negate them. So like if you start playing and they use one of their disruptions and you use a thrust or a talents, they will simply negate it. Right? So that won't work. There's one card that I think is pretty. There's two cards that I think are cool into this board as a board breaker approach. One of them is Ultimate Slayer, but obviously it's not a card that many decks can use in this format. Because most decks, if you are playing the Fiendsmith cards or whatever, you're gonna have to like invest a certain number of extra deck slots for this, and it's not great. But it is pretty cool that you can go Ultimate Slayer, send Entis, try to shuffle in the Phantom of Yubel. And if they like, there's no great thing they can do about it. Like if they negate, even if they negate the Ultimate Slayer, by doing the same thing that they did with Dark Ruler, like they can go Chamber, chain Desiree to stop the Ultimate Slayer. Then you have Force the Desiree, and you still get an Entis pop for the Varudras. So that's pretty good, actually. Like Ultimate Slayer trades into this pretty well, even if they can negate it. The problem is obviously Ultimate Slayer is a useless card when you go first, and it is also something that a lot of decks cannot play because of extra deck space. But if your deck plays Ultimate Slayer or can play Ultimate Slayer because you don't care about the extra deck, I think it is one of those cards that it's pretty good. It doesn't win you the game on its own, but it pairs really well with engine hands, and it also pairs really well with other board breakers. Because if you have Ultimate Slayer plus Evenly or something, you can probably bait the Omnis relatively efficiently. Or Ultimate Slayer plus Dark Ruler, you can go Ultimate Slayer, target the Phantom. If they chain Abominable Chamber to it, you go Entis, destroy the Varudras, and then just Dark Ruler them. Or something like that, right? Or if they don't chain the chamber to it, you can go Ultimate Slayer, Entis, shuffle back the Phantom, and then go Entis, pop the Equip spell on Desiree, and then they can't beat Dark Ruler anymore. So like, Ultimate Slayer is a pretty good card in pairings. Another card that I have seen people talk about and hype up in recent days is Metal Tronus, which, just as a reminder, this is one of those database cards that's pretty good if you have the right targets for it, but you target a face-up monster that the opponent controls, and then you special summon a monster from hand deck or extra deck that has two things in common with the card between type, attribute, and attack, right? And you negate both effects. So the cool thing about this card, if you play Fiendsmith yourself, Metal Tronus is actually pretty neat into like Fiendsmith. Because if they end on Caesar, you can summon your own Desiree, which is a light fiend, right? So you can like Metal Tronus the Caesar to summon out your own Desiree. But obviously this on its own does not like win you the game either, right? But there's other cool things you can do. For example, you can Soul of Rage. You can target Soul of Rage and summon Engraver because they are both fiends with 1800 attack. So that's neat, right? And I'm sure there's other targets. I'm sure there's like Darks with 3000 attack or something that you can use to negate the Varudras. Or Darks, you can also, Phantom of Yubel is another card in the mirror match. You can like negate Phantom and get your own Yubel card, which is neat, right? But all of this goes to say, like, none of these cards alone will do it, even if you have strong engine next to it, is the unfortunate news I have for board breaker fans, right? Like, I think even a hand of Dark Ruler plus 5 engine will not do it, because after the Dark Ruler, you still stare down. Like, they will use the trap card, they will negate with Desiree, and they will still stare down, like, at the very minimum, even if they open like a 1-card combo, you still stare down Phantom, Soul of Rage, Varudras, or something. Which, if your hand is really, really good, maybe you can beat it. Maybe. But I don't see it for most meta decks at the moment. Like, I don't think you're gonna beat that. Plus, you have to consider the fact that they get to this board with 1 or 2 cards, so they can easily have 1 or 2 hand traps in hand, right? So like, it's really difficult to beat this deck with board breakers unless you draw 2. If you draw 2, it's relatively simple. If you draw 2 Dark Rulers, you get there. If you draw Slayer plus Dark Ruler, you get there. If you draw even like Book of Eclipse plus Dark Ruler, you can potentially get there. It depends how they use their interactions. Cosmic Cyclone plus Dark Ruler works, right? Like Cosmic Cyclone on the Equip spell and then Dark Ruler does turn off the entire board. At that point, you only have to play through Chamber plus their hand traps. So, like, it's not a great spot to be in. Realistically, though, if we think this through, if we think this through, the same is true for hand traps. Let's be real, right? The same is true for hand traps because one hand trap most of the time also doesn't do it, right? Because this deck has like enough starters to play through hand traps consistently. So like hand traps put you in the same position of like draw 2 of them or feel bad, right? The difference is the following, right? The difference is hand traps, you only get 5 chances to have them. Board breakers, you have 6 cards in your turn, and you can also maybe draw more cards by using other cards like talents to draw or something. But yeah, it's weird. Another difference is that if hand traps work, your opponent usually ends on nothing. It becomes much easier to play through stuff when you hand trap them, because then you are basically free to go. If you have to like Dark Ruler this board twice, and then there's still like 4 monsters on the board or 5 that you have to all clear through potential hand traps, and you can't even go for game. So it's like, it's weird. But look, long story short, guys, this deck is Snake Eye 2.0 because it has almost the same like dynamics as Snake Eye had. It was the same last format, right? Sometimes against Snake Eye's 3 hand traps were not enough. Board breakers were kind of mid last format. It's the same kind of story. It really is. The only difference, and this is the only positive thing about it, is that the Yubel deck is worse than the Snake Eye deck because of a couple of different reasons, and that is why people did not play Yubel as much last format. That is why Snake Eye was the best deck, because Snake Eye was doing the same as Yubel, but better, right? Snake Eye has, or had, more starters, right? Like, and this is going to sound stupid, but the Yubel deck still has a good amount of starters, but it is less. It is less than the Snake Eye deck had. Hold up. Breakers, extra deck. So the Yubel deck, depending on whether they play 1 or 2 tracked, this is about the number of starters that you can expect, right? This is, am I forgetting one? I don't think so. 3, 6, 9, 12, 16. I don't think I'm forgetting one. Opening can be one, but not with the standard list at the moment. The standard list in the standard list, Gate is not a 1-card starter. Because they don't play Chaos Summoning Beast or Almarash at the moment. So that's it. Yeah. So this is the cards that are basically guaranteed starters, quote unquote. 1-for-1 obviously requires a discard, but we can just assume they will have a monster, right? So this is the amount of starters. And there's also like, which is 16 is a lot, but like Snake Eye had, I feel like Snake Eye had slightly better numbers. What was it for Snake Eye? It was 3 Ash, 2 Poplar, that's 5. It was 3 Wanted, 3 Witch, that's 11. It was 1-for-1, that's 12. It was Engraver, which is 15. There was, actually maybe it's about the same number. Oh, Bonfire. Yeah, Bonfire is what made it more. Oh, yeah. Bonfire puts it to 18. Bonfire puts it to 18, which is just slightly more. It is slightly more, but I think the even bigger difference is the fact that for Snake Eye, they had better extenders. They had better extenders because if you draw, like, drawing Beckoning Beast plus Lotus is not as good as drawing Diabellstar plus Ash or Bonfire plus Ash. Like, the extenders had higher quality, I feel like. As well as, like, it's just much easier to stop Yubel when you're going first. Like, this deck is worse at going second, simply because it has more distinct pushes and it's easier to stop them from extending in general. Because basically Wanted and Diabellstar were always, if you stop the first card and then Wanted happens, it's always still completely full combo no matter what. If you stop Snake Eye Ash and they have Bonfire, it's still full combo. So on and so forth. Like, for Snake Eye, it was just, I think the deal was better on extenders. In this one, it's more like, if you start with Beckoning Beast and it gets impermed, you can't really have a Lotus at all. Nightmare Throne is the crazy extender, basically. Nightmare Throne is a crazy extender. Fiendsmith is a good extender. And these are basically only starters, right? Which is already 6 cards, right? There's 6 cards in here that are only used as starters and not really used as extenders ever, which is different than Snake Eye, because for Snake Eye, that was basically only like Poplar and Ash. They had more cards that could be used as extenders, I feel like, just slightly. And it is just slight. It is just a slight difference. It's not a huge difference. But it does matter, I feel like. Also, going second, Snake Eye was better because it had better lines. Right? Like, Snake Eye was better because of Charmers and Promethean OTK and stuff like that. It was so giga dangerous. Like, even if you had already interacted with like 5 of their 6 cards, if the last card was like able to make a freaking Charmer, you could still full combo into just OTK, right? Which in this deck is less relevant, I feel like. For Snake Eye, you had 75% to open 2, whereas for Yubel, it's around 70. Yeah, which is only slightly worse, right? It's only slightly worse. But 5% is 5%, you know? Like, it's not nothing. Is it reasonable to cite in engine for going first to make Gates live so your deck is more consistent? I don't think so. It's not like a terrible idea to side deck an Almirage or something for going first, but I don't think I would do it. I don't think I would. Oh yeah. It's rough. It is rough. I'm like, I am in the same position as you guys. I'm looking at this deck and I'm looking at my YCS Lille prep. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, how am I supposed to beat this deck going second? And I'm gonna be honest with you, I do not really see a super realistic way to consistently beat this deck going second. It's gonna be like, look, the most common approach will be hand traps, I think. I think hand traps will be the most common way people do it, simply because that is, it feels like it's the best chance you have at this point, right? You just like have to try to open 1 or 2 hand traps and just hope that their hand doesn't play through it, which sometimes is going to work and sometimes is not going to work and feel terrible, right? That was the most common approach in the Snake Eye mirror match. I think that is going to be the most common approach for this format. Which is why, by the way, this is 100% the reason why the best performing decks after Yubel are Tenpai and Ritual Beast, because guess what? There is one hand trap, and just one hand trap, that will stop them every time, and that's Shifter. Shifter does it. And honestly, from that perspective, I can 100% understand wanting to play a shifter deck right now. Because there's no shot you're stopping this deck consistently with one hand trap if that hand trap is not shifter. So yeah, I can see playing shifter in this format. Like, it's honestly, it's a legit approach because that is a win condition going second, right? You can either win the dice roll and go first and do your Ritual Beast Protoss combos, or you can go second and draw shifter. That's a realistic win con. You know? Because you have 50% to win the dice roll and go first, and then you have whatever it is, the chance of open a shifter in your 40 card deck, which is like 33. Not bad. Have you considered sphere mode? I have. I thought about it, but the problem is that I simply don't know if there's a deck that can use it. But let's say you play no hand traps and their end board is consisting of these cards, right? This is in the graveyard. There's the trap in the grave, and they also have like, realistically, yeah, sphere mode takes a lot out of this board, right? Depending on your deck, I mean, you're always going to take the 2 Omnis, probably. And then if you're playing like a deck that cares about Caesar, you're probably going to tribute to Caesar. Like, yeah, it's good, but what kind of deck still plays after, like, not, you don't have a normal summon because you open sphere mode and you still have to play through Phantom and Rage. It's not easy. Yeah, Trap Lap can do that. Probably. Yeah. If you go sphere mode, set 5. That works. That can work. I can see it. So yeah, sphere mode can be a plan. Unironically, sphere mode can be a plan, but your deck needs to be able to play it. And there's not that many decks that can. Right? You can play Lab. You can maybe play, I mean, Stun can maybe do that. Like, if you're playing Stun, you can just get rid of the Omni Negates and the whatever else you care about, and probably fine. You can do that in Melodious, I guess, and hope that you have Ostinato with it, and they don't have Ash. You can do it in, like, Runic Sprite, but Runic Sprite, like, isn't a great deck overall, I feel like. So it's rough, but it's, if your deck can facilitate those cards, it's fine, yeah. They do a good job. Let's say it like that. They do a good job, but it's hard to play them at the moment. So yeah. All right, we've yapped a lot, and I think my food has already gotten cold, but I do want to do a quick lunch break. Let me see what we can. Let's watch something. Let's watch something to calm down from the Yubel comboing. Let me see what you guys suggested in the Discord channel. Pax Rage of the Abyss discussion? Yeah, we can do that. It's a little bit of a shift into a different kind of format, but Pac made a video on Rage of the Abyss and what to prepare for, which is basically on my agenda for after Lille. After Lille, we're going to be playtesting Rage of the Abyss format, looking at the new cards and all that kind of stuff. It's just right now I need to focus on YCS Lille just for myself as well. But we can already take a first look at what the format could be like after Rage of the Abyss. That sounds fine. Okay. So quick little React Andy stream so I can have my food. Nemesis Josh, thank you for the 13 months. And Grimlock, thank you for the 3 months. Hallie, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Let's see what Pack has to say.
What's up, guys? Welcome to today's video. I'm going to be talking a little bit more about Rage of the Abyss and its impact on Yu-Gi-Oh! I think we're going to be approaching another tier 0 absurd power crept Yu-Gi-Oh! And
by the way, I do not think that this is entirely true. Just to preface this, I think Rage of the Abyss is going to make Snake Eye top tier again. I don't think it's going to make it tier 0, just for the record. I think Yubel and Snake Eye are going to be at a similar level again.
I mean, I'm just curious at this point when it's going to stop, right? Because I think so far, guys, every set that has been released has been like next levels, astronomical levels of power creep that has been just rampant, right? So,
but it is true. It is true that Rage of the Abyss in general is another set with a lot of power creep in it. And my hope is that after Rage of the Abyss, we can move away from the Diabellstar lore a little bit and tone it down a little bit. Which is copium, but I have I just hope we stop with the Snake Eye support and we can get rid of Yubel and Snake Eye, because realistically, and I do believe this, I think this is the fault of basically just 2 archetypes. Because if I look at all the decks in the current format, I think the power creep only really shows in 2 decks, and that's Snake Eye and Yubel. I feel like most other things are fine. So if we can move past those, if we can next ban list just get rid of them, and then design normal cards after that, I think we're okay.
What am I even talking about, right? So before we get into the rest of the video, guys, don't forget to check out my Metafy if you guys are interested in learning a little bit more about the game as well as trying to improve. I offer coaching services as well as a Patreon allowing us to kind of connect. I give my students like deck lists, up-to-date ones, combos, everything you need to succeed at the game. So if you guys are interested and want to support the channel, definitely consider doing that. That will be in the description box below. And then, of course, guys, don't forget to check out Supreme Pro at YCS1.com and use Pack10 for 10% off. We are going to be doing a crazy restock very soon, so stay tuned for that. Definitely have the notification bell on. And, you know, as you guys enjoy these videos, I'll be updating you on when that finally does happen. But let's jump into, I guess, the topic of today's conversation. Well, the first things first, we are going to be introducing a new hand trap, okay? Molchome Frueros. Alright, and this card is, you know, guys, some of these winged beasts has never been used for good, alright? And
see, I've been saying this. Winged beasts are a mistake.
I'm talking about you, Fluon Reach players. But yes, Molchome, you know, we saw that Molchome Paralia came out in Infinite Forbidden. But Molchome Frueros is going to deliver, honestly, a crazier impact on the meta game, right? And if you ever thought about, man, I wish Maxi was legal in the TCG, well, now the time has come. Molchome Frueros is a card that I think is going to dramatically change the way we deck build because of its impact onto the meta game, right? Because this is, for lack of a better word, Max C, but it only works going second. But I'm sure there's probably going to be some sort of way to do some sort of loop that allows us to end with no cards on the board, right? Like, think of like Melodious, or like think of like, I don't know.
I'm going to be honest. I don't understand why we couldn't just stop after Perulia. Because Perulia, the way, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think Perulia is well designed. I like Perulia. Perulia sees play in side decks mostly. It doesn't kill a single deck in the format. It's like 2 to 3 draws for most normal combos. Some decks can play around it better than others, but it's never like absurd. It's a playable, good Yu-Gi-Oh card that keeps some decks in check and gives you an advantage when you go second, but it does not ruin the game at all. So Molchome Perulia, in my opinion, is a success in almost every single aspect. Why did we have to go and make a better version from it? Like, why Why did we feel the need to power creep that card one set later? I don't know.
I don't know, Pearly, I guess. I don't know. Like, you make SP, you tag yourself out, then you activate this chummy card, maxi your opponent. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just kind of overthinking it. But I do know that this card's going to be very impactful. And I believe that, you know, with 6 chummies in the metagame, it's going to get very devastating. So I think there's no doubt, no question that Furibos is going to be probably the most hype card in Rage of the Abyss, and probably is going to be one of the most impactful card that's going to be released, right? So I'll definitely keep an eye out on that. But I do think that this card, even though it only works going second, it's going to be a main deck staple because of how powerful it is at helping you go second. Next up, something that's getting support is going to be Lacrima, the Scarlet Sorrows, guys. So if you guys know, Fiendsmith Requiem is able to summon any Fiendsmith monster from the deck, and we are finally getting a second main deck monster to be able to summon, which is Lacrima, the Scarlet Sorrows. Arguably, like, absurd in my opinion because of the fact that it can dump Fiendsmith, right? And it's also a life fiend, so it's a really good normal summon, right? So I do think that we're finally going to be seeing some more like pure Fiendsmith type decks that might be viable, right? Play a bunch of hand trap, play the Fiendsmith cards, any 2 monsters full combo, and yeah, I think that's gonna be quite interesting. I think that it's a really good way for support, and I'm kind of interested in seeing how it's gonna be played out in the current format, right? So now, for example, Fiendsmith Tract is actually gonna be a little bit better now, since you can go Fiendsmith Tract, summon a token, make the Requiem to summon Lacrima.
You mean
the Scarlet
Sank.
Sorrow, and the Scarlet Sorrow will dump the Fiendsmith. So Track now becomes a 1-card combo, and we know how broken token generating spells are, right?
I think you meant Sank.
Right, so I'm looking at you, Hornet Drones. But another thing to also kind of like keep your eye out on is the 6 Samurai cards, right? We're getting a new updated Shien, and guys, I'll be quite honest, 6 Sams getting a power boost, while it is exciting, is kind of scary. These decks are known for their infinite loops and like their
I
abilities
hate this
to put
dude.
up.
I really hate this dude. I thought we were moving away from Omni Negates. But realistically, the only people that are willing to move away from Omni Negates is the TCG people, right? Like, the TCG banlist designers have moved us away from Omni Negates. The OCG ain't stopping anytime soon, unfortunately.
Unbreakable boards are just straight up FTKing you. So I mean, although the deck is finally going to get some new cards, I mean, I am kind of afraid. So yeah, I think that'll be kind of interesting. We're also, guys, going to be introducing a bunch of, I guess, what is it, like Mermail / Abyss support, right? So we have like Abyss Shard, the Atlantean Spirit. We have the new rank 7, which is Poseidra Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon Deity, which is kind of reminds me of Rise-Heart, to be honest, because you can slap it on like, other rank 7s. And of course we have like the Mermail Shadow Bodyguards, which is another like huge boost to pull off those like those like C summons and like those rank 7 strategies. So look, I am a huge Mermail fan. I'm excited for Mermails. I think Mermails are sick. I love the day it plays, the way the deck plays.
I've said this before at some point. I loved Mermail when it came out. I don't like how Mermail plays these days, because Mermail used to be a deck that was 100% focused around combining multiple cards together to get the maximum advantage out of things. And as soon as they released Neptibus, it went from a cool combo deck that you need to like figure out your stuff and pair your stuff together to get value from it. It's turned into a 1-card combo style deck where it's all about like have access to Neptibus and do everything, or do not have access to Neptibus and do nothing. And that is the point in time where I didn't like Mermail anymore, or Atlantean rather. So I am not super hyped for, even though I love the Mermail archetype from back in the day, for modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm not super hyped for Mermails at this point.
But unfortunately, I can already feel how degenerate this archetype is going to be, right? Hand looping you for a couple cards, putting up multiple Toad Negates. Yeah, have fun. So that's also going to be introduced, I guess, in Rage of the Abyss, right? So that's going to be quite interesting. And then, guys, of course, what everyone has been waiting for, Azamina. If you guys haven't already watched my one of my YouTube videos where
Nobody
I cover
has waited
Azamina,
for it.
definitely go check that out. The new Azamina cards are absurd. We can start talking about each of these one by one, but basically, I think this engine is what's gonna really revolutionize just kind of like how broken these generic archetypes such engines are. If we've been thinking about like the space, the pace at which Yu-Gi-Oh has been evolving, it seems like you know, every new like generic I guess support that they've been printing, like Brave engine, right? Like saw how broken that was. Fiendsmith engine, we see how broken that was, right? These splashable archetypes slash splashable engine cards are just like so strong where like we're just building decks of hand traps, non-engine, and like, you know, good archetypal cards. I feel like yeah, it's just like interesting. Like I feel like we don't even have a deck anymore. I feel like like it's just like good stuff deck almost, right? It reminds me of like 2006 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh, where people kind of just put like good cards in their deck. And I think that's kind of like where we're at. We're like, you know, instead of trying to build archetypal decks, we're like, you know, let's just throw good cards in a deck, right? Does your deck have Fiendsmith? Like, yep, okay, that means.
Honestly, this is not wrong. This is what generic engines do to the game. I personally do not feel like that is necessarily a bad thing. Like, no one refers to old formats as bad formats because they were just like good stuff decks, right? I think what matters a lot more is how these cards are meant to be played, right? What kind of interactions these cards have, how these cards impact the game, how these cards interact with each other, and so on and so forth, right? Like, there's a difference between, oh, this is just a lot of good stuff cards, or this is just a lot of good stuff cards that all are one card combo on themselves and do a 20-step combo that ends on a generic end board that wins you the game, right? That I think it is much more important how decks play versus like what they look like or what they are, right? Like, you can have a format where every deck, like no deck has the same kind of engines. Every deck plays different engines, different cards. You have a lot of variety, but if every single deck in that format is like boring or annoying to play against, then you're not going to have a good time. Similarly, if every deck plays the same kind of cards, or similar engines, if as long as those engines are cool and interactive or whatever, like we're in a fine format, right? Like, for example, I don't know, in 2011 or something, you will see a lot of decks play the tour guide engine, right? Like, but what your deck does with the tour guide engine is relatively different. And the format is pretty cool. Like it's Tengu Plant format where you can play tour guide in a bunch of different decks and they will do different things with the card. You know, some decks will summon a Sangan and leave it on the board to use it as a searcher to get their combo pieces. Other decks will just make like a rank 3 with it to get use out of it, so on and so forth. It's not about like, it's not necessarily a bad thing when multiple decks play the same engines. It's more about what does that engine facilitate? What does that engine do? How do these decks play and feel like? Are these decks fun, right? And I think on that scale, I feel like we are coming from, we're going out of a year in Yu-Gi-Oh's history where Snake Eye was a very dominant deck that played with like one card combos, a lot of room for non-engine, and so on and so forth, which is something that people, I feel like the majority of the community agreed that that was not a super healthy format and not a super healthy best deck to have, right? We're going from that format into another format where Yubel does the exact same thing, just with cards that look slightly different. And that's the thing, right? Snake Eye and Yubel don't have that many cards in common outside of Fiendsmith and Hand Traps, but the engine is completely different, but they play the exact same way. If both of those decks were fun and fun to play against, no one would have an issue with that. But the majority, I don't want to speak for everyone, but the vibes I'm getting from people watching my stuff and the comments I'm reading and the general sense of the community, I feel like is negative towards both of those decks, right? And so that's obviously a problem. If you make one deck that plays in a certain way and the community doesn't like it, making another one of those is obviously not going to be very well received, right? And at this point, all there is to hope is that in future sets, they recognize that, hey, this sort of play pattern was not something that was super well received, so maybe we will try to make other decks. You know, that would be nice.
Probably a really good deck. I think that's kind of like where we're at. Now the next thing is gonna be like, does your deck have Azamina cards? It does. Oh, it's probably a good deck. So I think that's kind of like where we're at. So of course, guys, the new Azamina cards have really good synergy with the Sinful Spoiler cards, and as we saw in the last ban list, the Stinkers did get hit, but not enough to the point where like they don't function with Azamina. And the Azamina engine are broken down into two different, I guess, bridges. The first bridge is going to be the Azamina cards, and the second bridge is going to be like the Sinful Spoils piece, right? So Sinful Spoils Deception is going to be the first card we're going to be talking about. This is going to be kind of like the one card starter in the deck. It's a continuing spell, and this might make it so that Ogre is going to be good again. So that's going to be kind of interesting. But what it does is it allows you to tribute a monster from your hand or field to add an Azamina card from your deck to your hand. Maybe we can even look into like maybe if there's some sort of synergy with cards getting tributed to maybe get us some value off of like Deception. But you know, the first thing I can think of is like Heraldic Seal, for instance, right? You tribute Heraldic Seal from your field, add Azamina card, summon any dragon monster from your deck. Seems pretty good. But anyways, what this card allows you to do is it searches for any Azamina cards, and it has like all these like bonus effects. Like if a monster is sent to your opponent's grave and you control an Azamina monster, you can burn your opponent for 1500 and gain 1500 life points. Guys, like when will we learn? Time, like these life points gain effects have never been used for good. Like
that is true. I already forgot.
In some sort of way.
I already forgot that this card has a life points effect involved as well. All I know is like I knew it had the it was the starter card that they want to open with. I forgot that it also had a life points effect. That's so annoying.
And win in time. And I mean, look at Lacrima, right? Like I think if we learn anything from these like in-engine ways to burn, it's just not like good, you know. Like I think that it only promotes degeneracy, and I don't like it. I don't know why they made this effect. Like who cares? Like just literally give it any other effect. Like it's just disgusting in my opinion. But yeah, and it has an effect
the distinct problem is that like life points effects in the grand scheme of things for modern Yu-Gi-Oh, they simply do not matter, right? Like a card inflicting Long Yan inflicting 1200 damage or something does not make the card much better, right? Like sometimes, yeah, like 1 out of 100 games you can win with it, but for the most part, they don't really have a place in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't need them. You do not need a card to do a burn effect to be a good Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? It's kind of pointless unless there's like a minute left on the clock. There's a billion ways you can make a card slightly better if you want to. That is good every time, not just in time, right? Like you can make Long Yan, I don't know, dude. Give Long Yan the graveyard effect of when it's sent to grave for the synchro summon, you can make the synchro monster gain 1200 attack. If your argument is he helps with OTKing, there you go. Still the same number of damage that you can reach, but it's actually a good effect. Like when you make your Shishao harder to get run over or something, or your Baron or something, like that would have been good, right? But it's just, it stops the card from creating that. So I think, and the same is true the other way around for cards that pay life points is also something that probably just shouldn't be there because it's not a real cost. It's not a real cost to pay 500 life points for my friend Pearly. Doesn't matter. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh, that cost might as well just not be there. But it creates a lot of frustration for the player playing Pearly if they're going first with 5 minutes left. They open their best starter card or like their best searcher in My Friend Pearly, and they're like, well, I can't use that. Right? So like, it's weird. I don't know why we put these cards, these effects on there. Like, do they actually think that's a real cost? I don't know.
Itself constantly whenever it's sent from the spawn trap zone to the graveyard. So during every end phase, you can like reset.
We need to adapt OCG time rules. What is OCG time rules actually? I genuinely don't know. What, because maybe this helps me understand why they're doing it, because in these cards are all designed by the OCG, right? Turn 0, 1, 2, 3 turns. So they still have extra turns? Okay, interesting. Yeah, in that kind of scenario, it's less relevant. Yeah.
At this card, which is absurd.
Interesting.
So that's like the first thing. So like, of course, what do you add off of like Sinful Spoils the session, right? So basically what ends up happening is you're gonna be adding another Sinful.
Yeah, but they get 30 minutes in the round. Really? Okay, someone is saying that's not true. Someone is saying that is not true. That'd be crazy. That would actually be crazy.
Like you're gonna be adding an Azamina card that allows you to cheat out these boss monsters, right? So there's like a couple boss monsters. There's Azamea Rail Silvera, there's gonna be Muruzelia, and there's gonna be Soul. So they're actually kind of related to the Whitewood cards, because I don't know if you guys noticed, these have like the same name as like the Whitewood monsters. Like,
weird. Why are they the best in Snake Eye then?
there's a Silvera of like the White Forest, and like, you know, there's, yeah, and like all of these are like basically like some White Forest monsters. I'm kind of curious what the lore is. I don't really know. I'm like looking at these arts, they look really cool, but I am kind of curious to see how they all kind of like play together, and maybe someone else would make a video on it. Maybe
It's crazy because people would love the Dia Bellstar lore if they were just a little more balanced. I mean, people still find it cool. I still find it cool. The artworks of these cards is insane. They're so sick. Like even the Snake Eye cards, the White Forest cards, all that kind of stuff. The Azamina cards, like it's such a cool lore, right? It's sick. But I just can't bring myself to just appreciate Snake Eye for the artwork when I see it every round at a tournament. You know what I mean? Like it just needed to be a little bit more balanced, and it would have been so dope. Like so dope, actually. Like it would have been so sick if this had the power level of like Branded, right? Like playable, but not too powerful. It would have been so good, man.
I will, if I can like do enough research to figure it out.
It's so close.
I love the lore. I think they're like really sick, and these cards have amazing artwork. But yep, looking at Azamina Rail Silvera, guys, this card is a Omni Negate. What more can we really say, right? This card is able to attribute itself for cost to negate any card or effect your opponent activates. And guys, this is there's kind of an issue with this. First, it negates effects on activation, which means that cards like Talents, if you negate, means that your opponent can't play a second copy of Talents, which honestly does come up quite a lot. And the other thing is these cards attribute for cost, which is kind of a problem, especially with Call by One. But you can't really like do imperm. You have to like imperm it preemptively in order to let your other hand traps resolve, right? Like it's just, I feel like almost we're at a point where like we kind of need the Molchami full roast, because it's just so hard to interact with some of these like
this is the crazy part. I want to hate Molcharmi Fuvaros so badly. Like I want to sit here and say like, oh, it's a terrible designed card. But then we have this session and we try to beat the Yubel deck going second. And it's just like, you know what? Let me just discard a Fuvaros. Let me just discard a Fuvaros at this point, because I am like, I'm sick of trying to find other ways to beat this deck.
Being able to put up an Omni Negate going first to like insulate yourself from hand traps is just absurd, like crazy broken. We've seen what happened to Baron, and Phantom of Yubel is like kind of like the degeneracy of like this format right now, where it's just like putting a fusion monster on the board, attributes for cost, which is a big problem because now we can't even imperm.
The C argument, Satch, to an extent, yeah. But like the argument about Max C has never been it's all bad or it's all good about it. I think people, at least the people that, you know, are capable of thinking about something in a, you know, like normal way, realize that there's pros and cons to Max C, and there's also pros and cons to Fuvaros. I think the main thing with Fuvaros is that it has less cons than Max C because it only works going second, right? Like that has been a suggestion for a while, like make Max C not good behind the board. And so that is what Fuvaros is, right? But yeah, it still has major negative like factors to it.
We have to like do it on resolution, right, in order to like let your other hand traps resolve, which is terrible because your opponent gets to keep the body, which means they can do stuff with it, right? So that's kind of annoying. And then this card has an additional effect where destroy by battle or card effect, you're able to just add a Sinful Spoils trap from your deck to your hand, right? So It works with Nightmare Pain, so you can summon this card, activate Nightmare Pain, pop it, maybe search a Sinful Spoils Trap. Probably other cards you can like search through. I'm not sure, but it works with Unchained cards, right? Like Unchained cards destroy. So the fact that these cards have effect on destruction is also something interesting to think about. But yeah, the next one's like Mu Risalago. Reselia, I guess, is like the White Force equivalent. But yeah, whenever this card's fusion summon, you get to like Rhoda for any Azamina, any Sinful Spoil cards. And guys, what has been a main culprit in the latest set? We know Sinful Spoils, Subversion. No. Sinful Spoils Original, the one that has been dominating the last format, right? Like putting fire on the map. Like that card is just absurd. And yeah, now we have a card that can basically bridge Azamina to Sinful Spoils. So I think this is super cool. I think this is super neat. I think
this doesn't even search the original, right? I mean, it can, but like in the standard combos, this just searches wanted, right? I think this searches wanted most of the time, which is even crazier if you think about it.
I think this is like really cool, except Sinful Spoils have been dominating like the entire year. Like I kind of want to see something else. Like it's just kind of absurd to me that these cards are getting more and more support. But and because we got some cards banned in the extra deck, we can easily fit these Azamina cards in the extra deck now, right? There's a lot of flex spots now after all the hits through Appaloosa, Lacrima, etc., etc. So I definitely think that these cards being fit in the extra deck is not going to be hard at all. And then yeah, and then there's like a Soul Estrion, which is like basically you can target a card in the field, send it to the graveyard, destroy it. I mean, those cards aren't really going to be played. Maybe there'll be like another illusion type strategy, or like another deck that's going to be kind of played. But yeah, there's like Mo Regina, which is like kind of like the pop 2.
I think
like those cards aren't really played from what I've like seen and studied so far from like the OCG and like Road to the King. But I think the fact that these cards are going to be literally dominating the format is going to be absolutely insane. Yeah, but it's going to be like Sacred Azamina is going to be the other card to talk about, which is going to be the card you typically add off of the spell. This allows you to cheat out fusion monsters. No, guys, we know, and this card, by the way, is not once per turn. So there might be a world where we play multiple copies of this, and the fact that these cards just cheat out any Azamina fusion monster, I think it's just so crazy. Like honestly, like I said, power creep has reached an all-time high. Like I am shocked at how broken these cards become, a set after set after set after set. So yeah, enjoy. And then yeah, so
bro, it's
another
bad.
thing that I saw was there's like a dragon hand trap now, Imperial Dragon, the Primordial Dragon. Basically, this card requires a normal summon monster to tribute to normal summon face up, and during your opponent's turn, it has an effect to normal summon a primordial monster.
Bro, this archetype actually looks kind of cool. It's just like not gonna be good enough, obviously, but the idea behind this one, I remember this the primordial. It's pretty cool.
Right, so and whenever this card is tribute summoned, you can apply these effects, right? Which is to negate the effects of all face monster opponent currently controls, and then banish all monsters opponent controls at the same time interact.
Thank you for the 6 months. No, it doesn't solve the problem. It helps. It gives you some extra percentages going second, but it is basically look at Master Duel. In Master Duel, the best decks are still the combo decks. You just play a little mini game, right? And so for the TCG, it'll be the same thing. If you draw Fuvaros, there's still a chance it doesn't do anything, and you're gonna feel bad about it if your opponent negates it and you have one less card to deal with it. In a way, it can be even worse than in the in Master Duel, because we actually have more mini game counters, right? Like in Master Duel, it's 2 called by, 3 Ash, and 1 crossout, which is 6. For us, it's 3 Ash, 3 crossout, and 1 called by, which is 7. So technically, there's an even bigger chance for us that they negate it. The only difference is that in order to use crossout, you actually have to have Fuvaros in your deck going first, which obviously is not something that you always want to do, right? Like, yeah. But it depends. It's not a solution. It's a band-aid fix sometimes, is how I would phrase it. It does not. Basically, it's like it makes going first worse overall. Yes, because instead of having to open your standard 1 or 2 card combo, you have to open your standard 1 to 2 card combo plus a way to negate it, right? Like you see this in Master Duel, going first is not as auto win. If your opponent resolves max seed, they are in a very good spot, right? So statistically, it does make going first weaker. But in my opinion, it does not replace good card design, good balancing, and so on and so forth. You can't just like throw a crazy deck out there, make it insane, and be like, well, that's fine. It's gonna get max seed sometimes. Because I think you do have to look at the player experience as well, right? Like going first and getting max seed feels terrible. Getting your max seed called by it feels terrible. Getting your Fuvaros cross out is gonna feel awful. All that kind of stuff, right? Like I think there's 2 factors to something. Like you can just look at the statistics and the win rates and stuff, but you also have to factor in like the player experience, for example.
Attribute as of normal monsters, so not sure.
And so basically, to get this thought to a close, I think Molcharmi Fuvaros is gonna statistically make going first weaker, but it is not going to increase the enjoyment of the players overall. Because, yeah, well, now going second, sometimes I feel a little bit better, but now going first, a lot of the times I'm gonna feel a lot worse, right?
What you're gonna be playing it in, but I mean, I think these Doom Primordial cards look kind of cool. Like I would probably buy a core on release. You know,
I forgot to talk about the new Dominant Sand Trap. That card is busted. Yeah, at least you covered the Primordial Dragon though. That's what really matters.
Maybe they make it even crazier. So yeah, I'm kind of definitely excited. Yeah, this entire set, guys, is going to be I guess the premiere is gonna be on the 4th of October. It's gonna be officially released on the 9th, I guess, from like an OTS perspective, right? Like with the whole OTS program, and then the full release is gonna be on the 11th, which is the same weekend at YCS Niagara. So, who's gonna cook up the goo for the YCS Niagara with these new cards and new sets? Well, you guys know I got you guys. If you guys go and sign up for the Metafy and the Patreon, I'll be leaking all the sauce, showing you guys all the combos, all the decks, all the theorying. If you guys are part of the inner circle,
yeah.
And
Man, Rage of the Abyss is something else. It really is. All right. Okay, there's one other thing. There's one other thing I wanted to do today. After we have now looked into, I feel like we've done a fair bit of learning the Yubel deck and looking into the Yubel deck and so on and so forth. Let me quickly. A second. I think Anaheim will be funny too. That'll be new crossover breaker set with Ryziel. Yeah, Ryziel is interesting, I think. For Anaheim. My current plan is also that I will be in Anaheim. For the YCS. Most likely. Like 90%. So for me this year, I'm gonna have what is it? Lille, Bologna, and Anaheim still. I'm going because it's Furman's birthday. And I don't really want to miss it. It's like the same weekend. So I decided to go. All right. Anyways. Also, I think I can wake up early tomorrow and do it if that works better instead of Friday. It's honestly, it's whatever you want. I'm probably gonna be playing the Duelist Cup tomorrow. So if Friday works better for you, Friday is completely fine, Pack. There's no issue with being live Friday for a bit. So you don't have to if Friday works better for you. All right. So, To round off today's stream, we're gonna have another discussion now. After we've looked into Yubel relatively in depth, I hope today's stream with the Yubel comboing and discussion and so on and so forth was helpful. I know that for myself it was helpful. It was something I needed to do. The job is not done in the sense of learning the Yubel deck. Obviously, there's more to do, but I think it was a good first step. At least for me, it felt like one. It felt like a good first step at learning to understanding this deck, learning how to beat it, and so on and so forth, like using hand traps in the right spots and so on and so forth. And just to get an idea of how the deck functions. Now, I want to talk about hand traps and board breakers a little bit. I've prepared two separate tier lists. We're probably going to do it in one discussion. But I wanted to voice my thoughts a little bit on some of these individual hand traps and board breakers in regards to the format. Now, obviously, we're not going to rate these cards only on, like, based how good they are against Yubel. You also got to factor in other cards, other decks, rather, like Tenpai, Ritual Beast, Snake Eye variations, mainly Fire King. Memento is a relevant deck in the format, I think. Runic variations, Kashtira. Like, there's a lot of other decks that you need to take into account when you are looking at how good are breakers, how good are hand traps right now, and which ones do I want to play. But obviously, Yubel is the most common deck that you would expect when you go into a big tournament right now, right? Like, it is. Yubel is the first and most important one, but we are going to keep these other decks in mind when rating these kind of cards. So let us begin with hand traps, and then let's move on to like board breakers overall. It's not just board breakers, it's also like in general like non-engine. Like I included like Crossout and Called By and Cosmic, which are technically not, you know, board breakers, but they're like tech cards rather. And I also want to emphasize that this is just my first impression. Once again, we've spent some hours today theorizing some of these hand traps into like the Yubel deck and so on and so forth, but mostly I am basing this entire thing off of theory and my first impression of how good these cards are against certain decks and like how well they cover different matchups, right? So like keep that in mind, that this is not like a final like thing. It's more like my first impression that I want to share and maybe talk a bit about how these hand traps are good and where they are good, right? So let's go through this. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, in my opinion, is a strong hand trap. The thing with every single hand trap in this list is going to be, well, if you're playing against Yubel and you're using one of these hand traps, you're going to have to hope that they don't have the right extender. This is true for all of these hand traps except for Shifter. But Ash Blossom, I think, overall is a card that is relatively strong against Yubel if you use it in the right spots. There's a couple of ones that you can use it in. I think it is solid on Samsara D Lotus. I think it is solid on Requiem Effect to summon Fiendsmith. Those are, I think, the two main ones where you would want to Ash. And if they don't have the right extenders for that situation, then the card is pretty strong. I think the main selling point of Ash Blossom is that it is usable in a lot of different matchups, right? Like even in the Fire King matchups, it's solid, or like the Snake Eye matchups, it's a solid card. Against Tenpai, it's a solid card. Against Ritual Beast, you can probably also Ash in some spots when they try to Lara summon from deck. Like, it's a solid card. Oh yeah, I need to switch to the right. Thank you. Yeah, so Ash Blossom is pretty strong. Also considering that Snake Eye in general is less popular, so Hita is less of a concern as well. But in general, really good card. The same is true for Infinite Impermanence. Infinite Impermanence might even be better than Ash Blossom overall. In some matchups, it definitely is. In other matchups and situations, it's not. Like against Tenpai, for example, I'd rather have an Ash than an Imperm. Against Yubel, it's a little debatable, but it's harder to play around Imperm because it doesn't get negated by Phantom. It doesn't play into Called by the Grave. It doesn't play into Talons. All those kind of things. I think Infinite Impermanence is a really, really strong hand trap, and I think between Ash and Imperm, those are the two best generic hand traps. That's why I wanted to start with these, because it feels like these are the benchmark. Like, these are the best, and this is like what you're gonna play in almost every single hand trap deck. Is you're gonna play Imperm and Ash Blossom for sure. Effect Veiler, honestly, you might not think that Effect Veiler is much weaker than Imperm, but I think it is much weaker than Imperm in this format for a couple of different reasons. If you have Imperm against the Yubel deck, you can basically hold your Imperm for whichever choke point you want, because they can't make a Phantom to just negate it, right? With Veiler, you are forced to use it early because otherwise they will have a Phantom to negate it if they want. Imperm can be a good card if you draw it as card number 6. Imperm is just a phenomenal hand trap, doesn't play into Talons and Call By, like I said, which Veiler does play into. Veiler is also even worse into Tenpai, because against Tenpai, at least you can keep your Imperm against the battle phase if they have the field spell, which is less likely now because it's at 1. But Veiler is a lot weaker than Imperm. That being said, it still is like among the best hand traps in the format, simply because there's a limit to how many Imperms you can play. You can't play more than 3, and Effect Veiler is, in terms of effect negation, the next best thing, and it is relatively generic. It is good in most matchups. However, there's also another argument, which is that a lot of the decks in the format, like Tenpai and Ritual Beast, also play Shifter, which makes the Effect Veiler completely unusable. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely okay to main deck Effect Veiler. It's a good hand trap. It's somewhere between bottom of strong and like fine. It's definitely a fine hand trap, but it is a lot worse than Infinite Impermanence. We've got 2 situational ones here that I'm seeing. They are being talked about a good amount. Droll Lockbird, in my opinion, is a card that I understand why people are maining it, but it basically does a very similar thing to what it has been doing in past formats, which is you're gambling a little bit with Droll and Lockbird, right? Like you're hoping that your opponent has one of those hands that's just really weak into it. Because if you are playing against Yubel, for example, which is the most important deck, there's a huge difference between your opponent starting with, I don't know, Fiendsmith Engraver, where Droll is insane, or they just start with Samsara D Lotus. Now, the reason why I still think it's okay to play Droll, even if it is a little bit gambly, is the fact that I feel like most Yubel starters play into Droll. The only one that really plays around it super easily is Lotus. If they don't open Lotus and they have to start by searching some stuff, then Droll is pretty strong, I think. The other thing that you have to consider is how good is it in other matchups. It's okay into Fire King. It can be pretty good against Tenpai, actually, depending on what they open. But like if they start with like, obviously if they start with Terraforming, it's amazing. But even if they start with like Hydra to search the field spell or like anything, like you can Droll and they are like, it puts them in an awkward position. Droll is fine. The main argument against Droll, or like there's 2 arguments against Droll, outside of the fact that it can sometimes be hit or miss, but like it's one of the worst hand traps to draw into in grind games. And it is also kind of awkward to pair it with some other cards in the format that I think are really strong. For example, Purulia. It's really awkward to draw Droll plus Purulia. And Purulia is a card, spoilers, we're going to put it into this category. It's a very strong card in the side deck because it's very good against Yubel. So if you're main decking Droll and Lockbird, you're setting yourself up for an awkward position after you want to kind of side Purulia. So that can be annoying. But like there can be a lot of scenarios where you still want to play Droll. Maybe you think like, oh, I can just play Droll and Purulia, and if I draw one of them, I'm happy. So I want to play both. Or it can also just be a matter of, hey, I don't have Purulias. I want to use my side deck slots for other things. I'm just going to use Droll in the main deck and be fine. No counter synergy, right? But yeah, Droll is hit or miss in that sense. It's bad in grind games. It's bad with Purulia. It's bad if they start like Samsara D Lotus. It's pretty good otherwise. So yeah, it's definitely okay to play. Nibiru is another card that you might expect like, oh, Appaloosa is banned. It's gonna go here, right? Not really, because unfortunately, most decks in the format still have a really good way to play around Nibiru. That being said, I think the card is good in your main deck if you can pair it with another hand trap, realistically. But it does suck against Tenpai. It is pretty good against Ritual Beast. It's overall relatively strong against Snake Eye. Snake Eye, especially the Fire King version, has ways to respect Nibiru with Arvata. But generally, if you are playing a hand trap deck and you are already playing a bunch of these other hand traps like Imperm, Ash, Veiler, those kind of things, if you can realistically pair your Nibiru, it's going to be a pretty good card for you. And that's why I think it's okay to main. It is not a main deck staple. You need to pair it with other hand traps, in my opinion, unless you are kind of banking on your opponent like misplaying into it, which can happen, right? But I'll say it this way: if I only had room for very little hand traps, I would probably start by playing like Imperm, Ash, or Droll, because those have a higher chance of being enough on their own. Whereas Nibiru is a card that needs to be paired most of the time, I feel like. Bystials. I'm a fan of Bystials. I think they're good. I think they are in a good position. And I'm going to put them in strong in the main deck. The thing is, with Bystials, you're going to really need to understand how to use them and what kind of other cards to use them with. Because here's the thing. Bystials are risky. Because Bystials are not good into every single deck. They are not great into Tenpai. I also don't think they are good into Ritual Beast. They have some light and darks, but I don't think it's too impactful to Bystial Ritual Beast. But they are pretty nice against everything that plays Fiendsmith. Although with the caveat that even against Fiendsmith, you kind of need to pair them. If you only have a Bystial against Yubel, you're not going to have a great time. The cool thing about Bystials that I wanted to mention is that they also pair well with board breakers, though, because they give you more bodies and more pressure, which usually pairs really well with cards like Dark Ruler or whatever. Because they can also be very efficient at stopping something like a Desiree, right? Like the Desiree is the only card in the Yubel deck that can negate Dark Ruler. So if you're playing Bystials, you can just try to focus them around hitting the Fiendsmith cards out of their graveyard, and then you don't really care what else they make as long as you play board breakers and Bystials and you pair them together. They're really nice. So I think in that regard, overall, they are strong cards. Also, don't pay too much attention on the exact order. Maybe for some versions of your decks, like if you already play a lot of hand traps, Veiler and Droll might just be both in your deck. I'm just yapping about these cards as we go, right? But yeah, Bystials are nice, but only if you have the right environment for them. Like if you're playing a deck that has room for very little non-engine, I wouldn't play only Bystials and nothing else. I don't think they work in that kind of way. Ghost Ogre is a card that I like, actually. Feels a little underexplored to me. I don't think it's insane, but it has a lot of good choke points. I feel like Ghost Ogre is a card that is similar to Effect Veiler / Nibiru, where it is at its best when you can pair it with other hand traps. Like when you can like try to Imperm your opponent or Ash Blossom your opponent, or maybe even Veiler, Bystial, or Droll your opponent, and then you can maybe hit the Nightmare. Not Nightmare Pain. You hit Nightmare Pain is also a good target for it, but like the opening of the Spirit Gates to revive, right? And you just ogre that. That feels nice. It's not bad against Tenpai, right? Like you can ogre the field spell when they try to search with it. You can ogre. You can even ogre stuff on your turn if you draw into it, right? Like you can ogre the Soul of Rage or something like that, right? Like there's applications for ogre in most matchups. I'm not sure if there's a great application against Ritual Beast. You can hit Ritual Beast Inheritance. Outside of that, I am not aware. Maybe there is a good choke point against Ritual Beast. I'd have to look into it. But I'm not sure if it's like great. It might be. Yeah. On the tag out effects, maybe you can hit Canahawk. I'd have to think about how that works. Maybe it's okay. Mourner, honestly, Mourner, I don't like Mourner. The tag outs are cost. Okay, yeah, then Ogre's not great there. I honestly don't love Mourner right now. I feel like Mourner was so much better when the main thing in the format was Snake Eye, where you could always like reliably counter the Bellstar with it. Like in this current format against Yubel, I don't like it. It's like, look, it's a worse effect veiler, way more situational. The most important cards you want to hit in the Yubel deck are the normal summons, I feel like. So Mourner feels very mediocre against Yubel. It's not the greatest card against most other decks either. I don't like Mourner. I do not like Mourner right now. Skullmeister, I don't even know why I kept it in. I can't think of great uses against it into most matchups. Probably not great. You'll notice that I'm not really putting many cards into the side deck category because I'm gonna be honest with you, most of these hand traps are just generically solid right now. There's not many hand traps that you can only side deck. Like Perulia, for example, and Phantasme are two cards that you can side deck and they are solid in your side deck. You could even make an argument for main decking Phantasme. It's possible. It's not great into all the matchups, but into Yubel, Phantasme is pretty nice. But other than that, most of these hand traps are useful in most matchups, so you could just main deck them. You don't have to side deck them. But obviously, everything that is strong in the main deck, if you don't have room in your main deck, it can also go in your side deck. So just for clarification, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be side decking Ogre ever. You can do that. Like if your main deck doesn't have enough room to put it, but you want it for going second, you can put it in your side deck. It's fine. Ghost Bell. Is Ghost Bell even okay? I'm not sure. I mean, you can hit some stuff with it. My problem with Ghost Bell is that whatever I hit with it feels like it's not enough. It's not terrible. Like you have targets for it in a lot of matchups. But it's like weird because alone it doesn't do enough, and if I'm pairing it, it's probably worse. Like I would always play all of these hand traps up here, I think, before I would touch Ghost Bell. Before I would play Ghost Bell, I would play all of these up here, and at that point, I don't think I'm gonna have room for more. So I don't think Ghost Bell is the one. It's not bad against Fire King, but Fire King should not be your main concern, I feel like. Maybe it's here. DD Crow, I think is okay. DD Crow is like, you know what? I'm gonna rename this category to just okay. Overall, I don't know. I feel weird because maybe I'll leave it. I don't know. Like DD Crow is like, I don't find DD Crow bad when I'm thinking about it. Like it has applications similar to how Bestials have applications, but it like applies a lot less pressure. I wouldn't like completely hate it if someone was playing DD Crow. At the same time, I don't feel like I would ever play it over other hand traps. Which maybe it makes it overall just like meh. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a bad card. I don't feel like I'm doing it justice by saying it's meh. But I just feel like you just don't play it because the other cards just do a better job. Right? Like we have a bunch of cards up here that are actually like solid. So why play DD Crow when it's just like average? Yeah, okay, yeah. And then we don't have to talk about it. Shifter is the best hand trap in the format. If your deck can play it, you should absolutely run it. The only thing is, obviously, it goes without saying, But Shifter is obviously not great into other Shifter decks. Yeah, I know, shocker. Like, you're still gonna main deck it if you can. Because it is the only hand trap that realistically stops the entire turn of a deck like Yubel, Snake Eye, or Memento. So if your deck can play it, you're gonna play it. And you're gonna side it out against Enpai and Ritual Beast or something. Like, yeah. But yeah. So those are hand traps. Now let's yap about non-engine / board breakers / tech cards a little bit and talk about their position in the format. And this is going to be a little bit difficult to talk about because I feel like I've named these categories the same as I have for the other ones, for the hand trap one. But I want to talk about maybe a little bit about the position of board breakers in general versus hand traps. And my first impression is that I do not love board breakers in this format, but I think for some decks, it is the most realistic and only approach, right? If your deck, like, the caveat with hand traps, is that you need to be able to play a lot of them. Because if you are not able to play a lot of them, you are not going to see enough for them to be useful, because most of them need to be paired. It is only very rare that against Yubel or Snake Eye specifically, just one hand trap is going to be enough. So if you can play, the minimum I would say is probably 12. If you can't play 12 or ideally 15 or more hand traps, they're simply going to be alone too often. You're going to draw one hand trap and it's not going to do enough most of the time. In those kind of scenarios, if your deck has like 9 non-engine slots or 12 non-engine slots, I think you're better off to play board breakers. Even though, and here's the unfortunate news for board breaker enjoyers, I don't think one board breaker is ever enough against Yubel. Because even the ones that I'm going to put in strong in main alone are not going to do it. For example, Dark Ruler No More, which is probably the most obvious one against Yubel, because Yubel has crazy endboards with Omni Negate, so naturally you'd want to have Dark Ruler. The problem is, the Yubel deck, and we've practiced it a little bit on today's stream, the Yubel deck ends on, usually, or has the option to end on, a board of like Varudras, Desiree, the Unchained Trap face down, whichever one you choose to go for. We've tried it today with Abominable Chamber, and like a Phantom of Yubel at the very minimum, right? So what happens if you Dark Ruler is they chain a trap to it, the Unchained Trap that they will always have, and then they can chain Desiree to that and turn off the Dark Ruler. At which point, even after you Dark Ruler, you are still facing down or staring down a Soul of Rage, a Varudras, a Phantom of Yubel, maybe a High King Caesar, plus the hand traps that they opened and still have, right? So one board breaker, even arguably the most powerful board breaker in Dark Ruler, will not do it. That being said, your main goal when you're playing a board breaker approach is going to be to draw very strong engine hands and pair it with ideally 2 board breakers. And in any sort of combination, that's where we're going to evaluate those cards, because your goal is to draw multiples, and Dark Ruler is one of the best ones to draw in multiples. Because then you're just like, okay, well, I'll force the Desiree or maybe like out the sequence with like, you know, you can like sequence them in a way where you Dark Ruler, or like even 2 Dark Rulers, you know, Dark Ruler once, they do that, then you Dark Ruler, and now they're out of stuff. So Dark Ruler is one of the best ones to do that with. And I'm gonna be honest with you, most of the other cards here are not as interesting. Some of them are, but for the most part, the job that a board breaker can do is just against the deck that makes 2 Omni Negates, right? Desiree and Varudras are 2 Omni Negates. The unfortunate situation is that most board breakers are simply here to force those negates. So they're not going to do anything super fancy. You're just going to activate them and force the opponent to use one of their negates. and that's it. And then you move on and try to use more board breakers, right? And so that is something that, for example, Duster does, right? If they end on Desiree with an equip spell, you activate Duster, forces them to negate it, right? You're trading 1-for-1 with a negate, which isn't spectacular, but it kind of works, you know? The same is true for Lightning Storm. The same is true for Dark-Hole and Raigeki. The cool thing about Dark-Hole, Raigeki, Lightning Storm is that if you can actually use them as your second board breaker or your third card, that like the one that actually goes through, then they kind of go hard, right? Like being able to just Raigeki the board, even if it's your third or fourth card that you use, at least it's gone, right? At least it's gone. So that's all right. Yeah. Obviously, the downside of all of these cards is that they are completely useless going first. So like, that is a downside you have to keep in mind. If your deck wants to go first, you obviously want to go and look into cards like Droplets, which we'll talk about in a second. Cosmic Cyclone, unfortunately, my runic heart hurts when I have to tell you that Cosmic Cyclone is a really good side deck card in this format, because Runic Sun is a real deck, Fire King Snake Eye is a real deck, other runic variations are good. But mainly also just, you can side it going first in a lot of matchups. Like, it's actually solid going first into Yubel, it's solid into Tenpai, it's solid into all kinds of things. Unironically, I would tell you that this card is main deckable, but I do think that in most matchups, going second, it doesn't do enough. Like, it's not good enough into Ritual Beast, I think. And it's also not good enough into Yubel going second. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend main decking it, although I think it's worth mentioning that you could think about that. It's not impossible. Take spells. I forgot to put Snatch Steal, but I guess Change of Heart and Mind Control will do. They fall into the exact same category of what I mentioned earlier, that they are terrible going first, and going second, they basically don't do anything other than force a negate, which puts them at the very bottom of okay. I think there is better options. And honestly, if anything, the Appaloosa ban kind of hurt those cards. I think the Apple ban kind of hurt those cards, because now you can't really take anything super crazy anymore. Super Poly is meh. Unfortunately, doesn't seem great against Yubel. You can probably find good spots against Fire King. Maybe it's okay to side it, but like, it takes extra deck space. It's not good against the best deck in the format. It's all right against Tenpai if they don't just like Lightning Storm or Duster it. But I don't love Super Poly right now. It's like somewhere here. Crossout Designator is a card that I personally think is very strong in the side deck if you're playing a hand trap combo deck at the moment. I don't think main decking Crossout is going to be a very common thing, simply because you do have to think about the fact that you are going second half of the time, usually, in game one, and that card will not help you break any part of the Yubel board. Like, this card is useless against any combo deck going second. It's only good if you already have the hand traps with it, and then you use it to play through your opponent's hand traps, which is unlikely. So I don't love Crossout in the main deck, but it is a pretty good card for siding for going first if you play against hand trap mirror matches. Called by the Grave, I think, is going to be one of the most side decked cards in most combo decks, simply because there are shifter decks in the format, and this is basically the only out to shifter we have. So I would expect to see this card in the side deck for every single like Yubel or Snake Eye deck, just to make sure that you don't get shifted. I don't think it's main deckable, because similar to Crossout, going second, it will not really help you. Yes, you can hit Phantom of Yubel. Yes, you can hit Promethean Princess. Yes, you can hit like Garunix. So like, this one is more main deckable than Crossout. It's honestly probably okay to main deck it. But at the very minimum, it's going to be strong to side deck. Called by the Grave. Droplet, in my opinion, is probably the best board breaker to main deck, but it's not going to be the only one. Obviously, like, you're not going to play just Droplet. You're going to play Droplet, Dark Ruler, plus some other ones. But in those, basically, I think it's very clear, and I'll tell you once we're done, if you have room for like 9 board breakers, I think it's always going to be Droplet, Dark Ruler, plus one other one. in the main deck. Or like if you want to play board breakers and you have room for 12, it's going to be like Droplet, Dark Ruler, Talons, one more or something like that, right? Like Droplet and Dark Ruler are the golden standard for board breakers right now. Droplet specifically is phenomenal because it's also useful when you go first. So I really like Forbidden Droplet. Book of Eclipse, I think, is gonna dominate the second category for me. I think it's gonna be the best one out of those. I really like Book of Eclipse, actually, because it basically does what I said about these cards earlier. Like, it forces the Omni Negates every single time, but it is also useful when you go first because you can set it as a disruption. You can even use it in some cases to play around like Imperm or Veiler if you want to. And then sometimes going second, if you can actually resolve it, you can turn off a lot of their things. The only downside is that it's ashable. And you can also, like, it's hard to use it after you start playing, right? Because then you would be booking your own things. So you basically have to use it before you start playing. But it is something like, it's one of the simplest ways. Like, let's say you play Talons, which is going to be a good card in board breaker approaches. It's one of the easiest ways to make Talons life is to just activate Eclipse and your opponent is forced to negate it. So it doesn't out the board on its own, but it is pretty good to force the stuff you want to force, right? Enemy is meh. Evenly is, in my opinion, strong against some decks, but not great into Yubel. Because against Yubel, wasting your battle phase just to trade with an Omni Negate is not good. The only way you can really pop off with Evenly is basically if you have like 3 board breakers. You need to like activate a board breaker, they negate it. Then you activate like Talons, they negate that. Then you go battle phase, you resolve Evenly, and they will still keep a disruption after this. So like you have used 3 cards, you've lost your battle phase, they still have a disruption on the board, and they will have hand traps in hand. It's rough with Evenly right now, I think. But there are matchups where it's a lot better. Like I'm sure you can find spots in other matchups. Like it's really good against stun decks. It's real. It can be. I can see it being pretty good against Fire King, depending on what kind of opening they go for. So like I think it's a side deck option, but I wouldn't main deck it at the moment if you're playing a board breaker deck. Fenrir as like a placeholder for like the whole Kashtira package. I think Fenrir just doesn't do enough going second, but it still is okay to play it because it is pretty good going first, and it doesn't do nothing going second, right? Like it's like it is a push going second. It is a push that's relatively easy to deal with, but they do have to deal with it, right? It will force like 1 or 2 cards out of them, and if you pair it with another 1 or 2 good other cards and strong engine hands, it can help. And it's good going first. So I don't hate it. Tributing your opponent's stuff, in my opinion, is good this format. The problem is that not many decks can do that. So I'm going to put Sphere Mode at strong and Lava Golem at like okay, with the caveat that like your deck needs to be good with it. But it is one of the few cards, like Sphere Mode, if your deck can use it, is actually one of the very, very few board breakers, or maybe even the only one that can be enough on its own. Like if you Sphere Mode the Desiree, the Varudras, and the Caesar, like you can start cooking. Like they still have some hand traps probably. They still have the Unchained trap behind it. But like if you can Sphere Mode, you can cook. So like Labyrinth, for example, is a deck that can do that. But you will know this best yourself, right? You will know when you're watching this video, you're like, okay, my deck needs its normal summon or it can't play. Or my deck can afford to use Sphere Mode, right? So like I'm leaving this one to you, but Sphere Mode is a very, very impactful card. against Yubel, it doesn't solve every single interaction, but it solves the most broken stuff, right? Like it solves Varudra's Omni, Desiree Omni, and Caesar double special summon negate. Those are all gone if you have a sphere mode. So card is great, but your deck needs to be able to use it. Pancratops, I think, is okay to side deck if you are afraid of certain floodgates. The problem is that in certain matchups, it doesn't do that much. Specifically against Yubel, one of the main cool things you can do with Pancratops is you can summon it, you can attack something, and then pop something else, so you can kind of like 2-for-1. Against Yubel, you can't do that because Nightmare Pain forces you to attack the Yubel monster, so you can't really threaten anything with Pancratops. And so you're really just like summoning it, and you're not even trading with the Omni Negates because you're just trading with the Phantom, right? Like you can try to pop the Caesar and your opponent just goes, well, I'll Phantom negate it. And so that didn't work. And they will always have Phantom. So literally trading 1-for-1 with Phantom, I just don't think is good. It's an okay card still because you can side it in so many matchups. Like it will be good in other matchups. But specifically against the meta decks, like you can't use it against Tenpai because, you know, they are a blind second deck. You can side it when you can make them start, but then still like it's only okay. I don't know. I think Pancratops is just okay. Nothing crazy. Here's another card that I find very interesting for this format, and that is Ultimate Slayer. Ultimate Slayer is another one of those cards that I think is very, very strong if you can play it. It's another angle that is similar to Sphere Mode. This card does a lot into the Yubel board. There is not many board breakers that trade 2-for-1 into a Yubel board, but Ultimate Slayer does. Ultimate Slayer, you go ahead and you send Entis to target the Phantom of Yubel, to shuffle it back into the deck. And then the Entis is going to pop or try to pop the Varudras or the Caesar, whichever one you find more annoying. Or you could also pop the sequence that is equipped to Desiree, so that also loses its negate, right? So you're trading 2-for-1, and even if they can do the Dark Ruler trick where they chain a trap and then chain Desiree to negate it, because you're sending Entis for cost, you're still trading 2-for-1, right? So Ultimate Slayer is really good if your deck can facilitate it, if your deck can use it. You really want it because it pairs really well with other non-engine, like an Ultimate Slayer plus Dark Ruler, Ultimate Slayer plus Droplet, Ultimate Slayer plus Talents, Ultimate Slayer plus Eclipse. Those kind of situations are really, really good. So I do really like Ultimate Slayer if your deck can play it. And then Triple Tactics Talents, I think, is a card that I still find it strong in the main deck, even though, once again, like all of these other board breakers, for every single one, except for Sphere Mode, it was the same situation. You have to draw multiples. But Talents is one of the best ones still because it has uses going first if you get hand trapped, and it basically pairs with every other board breaker. Like it'll always be like Talents is a great addition to have with most hands that want to have board breakers, right? Like the only downside to Talents is that it cannot be the first one you use, right? Like with Dark Ruler or Droplet or Slayer, you can start by using them. Talents, you have to wait until your opponent does something. So if Talents is your only breaker, or like you just have to start playing and wait for Talents to be live, it can be annoying. But like I said, you need to pair most of these anyways, so it's fine. So Talents is nice. And the same kind of goes for Thrust. I think Thrust is a little less powerful than Talents overall because it is harder to make Thrust work when you go first, right? Obviously, you can Thrust after getting hand trapped, but you need to play a trap for that. So if you are willing to play a trap to make Thrust good going first, then you can use it in the main deck. If not, it's probably an okay side deck card. Like it's pretty nice. And in general, obviously, Thrust is a really good board breaker to pair because you can just find whichever one the best combination is, right? Like if you need the Ultimate Slayer for your pairing, you can search that. If you need the Dark Hole or the Lightning Storm or the Feather Duster or the Talents or whatever, you can just grab it. You can even grab Dark Ruler if you can force your Thrust through. So that's what I like. And here's another card that is situational depending on what deck you play, but if you play the right deck for it, I actually find it very, very interesting. And that is Metal Tronus. Metal Tronus is a card that I'm going to put in strong in the main deck. Let me order these a little bit. Let's do it like this. So Metal Tronus is something that you're going to have to look into on whether it's good in your deck or not. But Metal Tronus is another one of those in this category. It goes into the strong category because it is a quick play spell that you can use going first and second. So the main applications that I have seen for this card are for the Fiendsmith mirror match, quote unquote, right? Like if your opponent ends on a wave hiking Caesar, that's a fiend with 2800 attack. What you can do is you can Metal Tronus it and summon out Desiree from your extra deck, which is a light fiend, which can then bridge into your own Fiendsmith cards. So with one Metal Tronus, you have not only negated the Caesar, which is a huge problem for most decks, but you also have gotten yourself your own light fiend, which is nice. Other things you can do with this card, you can do Unchained Soul of Rage into your own Fiendsmith Engraver, which obviously also gets you going, right? It stops one of their interruptions. And basically, another one of those cards similar to Ultimate Slayer that can give you a +1 in these sort of playing into the board scenario, because you stop one of their cards and you get a body for yourself. So Metal Tronus is a nice card that you can look into if you are playing a Fiendsmith deck yourself, which not everyone is doing. But if you can play this card, similar to Sphere Mode and Ultimate Slayer, it requires other things in your deck to be... It needs to match, right? It needs to work out. But if it does, I think the card is good. So yeah. Once again, overall, I think board breakers are in a weird spot right now, but honestly, so are hand traps. Here's the thing. Beating the Yubel deck going second is very hard, no matter what you do. So whether you're deciding to play hand traps or whether you're deciding board breakers, just know that everyone is struggling the same way. The people that are playing hand traps are also really hoping to draw 2 or 3 to be safe. And the people that are playing board breakers are also in the same boat. They are also not happy with just one. So like Yubel is just a very, very tough one to beat when you're going second. So that is just something that you need to keep in mind. It is simply not always possible to solve every single problem in a format. Sometimes you just got to go with your best bet. You know, you got to hope that like you don't go second against Yubel too often in a tournament, because if you're really trying to build a deck that beats Yubel going second, that's rough, right? That's just a hard task. It's not going to work every single time, right? So yeah, I hope this gives you a little bit of an insight of what I think on certain non-engine in this format, whether it's hand traps or board breakers you're aiming to use. Maybe even a mix of things. You know, that's something you can maybe look for, is like, I'm only going to use the best hand traps like Imperm or Ash or Bestials, and then I'm going to try to pair it with cards like Droplet and Dark Ruler. And my idea is I'm going to try to Imperm the sequence so that they can't summon Desiree, and if they don't have Desiree, my Dark Ruler is going to go really hard. That honestly is an option. It really is. Pairing cards like Droll with some board breakers, pairing Bestials with board breakers is something you can do. Just need to make sure that it makes sense, right? It needs to make sense what you're trying to pair. Another card that is great to pair with board breakers is Molcharmi Purulia post side, because if you can draw 2 or 3 cards off of Purulia and maybe force your opponent into a weaker end board, all of a sudden your board breakers become a lot better. Same with Phantasme, right? If you can Phantasme, you have a higher chance of seeing the board breakers you need, right? So I think it's a matter of, you can actually mix in this format potentially to find the right solution. Because after Droplets, Dark Ruler, and Talents, it does become very situational and kind of like depending on the deck, like what else you can even play with the board breakers, right? Like Ultimate Slayer, Metal Tronus, and Sphere Mode don't work in every deck, and all the other ones down here have certain disadvantages that maybe you don't want to play them because of it. And for hand traps, it's the same thing, right? Imperm and Ash are really nice. And then maybe you want to play Bestials, and then the other ones down here are okay to play, but maybe not ideal, right? So, yeah. If you've been watching this on YouTube, let me know if you found it helpful. I hope you did. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff to support the channel. Appreciate you guys for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Peace. I just saw somebody ask a good question. Thoughts on Vesper Girsu? Vesper Girsu. I remember the card, but I need to remind myself of the effect. If your opponent controls 2 or more monsters than you do, they can send any number of monsters they control to the graveyard, after which you apply the following effect. Based on the number of monsters your opponent controls. 0, your life points becomes halved. 1, your opponent gains 2,000. 2, banish all cards in your opponent's hand face up until the end phase. 3 plus, your opponent cannot activate monster effects this turn. Okay, so what you are doing by activating this card, the problem is, first of all, it can be responded to, right? It can be responded to. So at the very best, it would go in the second category, because no matter what the card does when it resolves, your opponent can just negate it. So at that point, you're always just gonna use this for it. This basically just says trade with Varudras, right? This card is just smashing ground, which is kind of annoying if you think about it. So I don't think I would play it. I don't get this card. This card basically lets your opponent decide how much of their board they want to keep. So if your opponent wants to keep their entire board, they don't want to banish anything, or send to graveyard anything. They cannot activate monster effects this turn. Basically, what is the most realistic is they would probably do this. They would banish all cards. They would send all cards to the graveyard except for 2. So they would keep like Desiree and Varudras, and then they would have to banish all cards until the end phase in their hand. So you eliminate all the hand traps. But here's the thing: realistically, this never resolves. It never does, because if your opponent has those kind of cards on their board, they will simply negate it. And if you use it later in the turn, after they have already used some cards, like let's say you use it after, so they literally just take the half life points. No, you really don't understand the card. This 0 happens if they keep no monsters. The life points become halved. Your life points, you're the person that activates Vesper Girsu. Your life points become halved if your opponent sends their entire field to the graveyard. Raigeki plus Droplet? Raigeki plus Droplet also doesn't work. Guys. It goes Raigeki, chain Varudras, chain Droplet, chain Trap, chain Desiree. It doesn't work. You guys are not thinking these through. Vesper Girsu is a good card if no negate existed. Yeah, absolutely. If you resolve it, it's fine. It's like the thing is, Varudras always negates it. And then that's that. Right? So it's literally, quite literally, it's like smashing ground. Like, it's just a card that forces the Varudras. So I don't think it's worth playing. And going first, it's not good either. Really. Evenly Droplet works and that's it. Evenly Droplet works if you send a monster from your hand as well, yeah. If you have Evenly plus Droplet, you can go Battle Phase, activate Evenly. If they go Varudras, you can chain Droplet, send Evenly and a monster so that they can't respond with the Unchained Trap and the Desiree. Then you can go Droplet plus Evenly. But I think if Evenly only works in combination with Droplet and another monster, it's probably not good enough. Because even in that case, they can still keep one interaction and they still have their hand traps, and you don't have a battle phase, and they have like, and you only have 3 cards in hand. So like, it's not that great. Magical Spring in a full breaker list could be good against Yubel since you can draw a lot. So they end on it depends on their opener, right? But if they end on at the very minimum, if they end on Nightmare Pain plus Sequence in the Spell Trap Zone, that is at least draw 2, discard 1, which is already okay. But then if they have Nightmare Throne and opening, it becomes really crazy, right? Like the maximum would be 4. 4 would be insane. So yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad, indeed. Yeah. Okay. You guys, I feel like today was a very yapping intensive stream. I feel my voice starting to go away. So I think we're going to call it a day just a little bit early today. We're going to be, once again, we're going to putting a lot of the ideas from today into practice on Friday. We're going to have Pack on stream. We can talk a lot about these things with Pack on Friday. We're going to play test with Pack, all that kind of stuff. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. We can talk about it more tomorrow, but we will also have to play the Duelist Cup first stage as well. But we can talk more about it tomorrow anyways. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was helpful. I hope you guys learned a little bit. I definitely did. I definitely found a couple of things that I didn't know beforehand and some stuff. So I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa. I haven't raided Farfa in a while. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the support. As always, appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you guys for watching and supporting. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And yeah, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.